Salamu alaikum. Mo ile chuwari ye kuya tsiko ninga tine chuwa kwasi. Okuja kachi.
Te conto. tugamba magukina kayingira binamushabaka bibezi yimdera
tusomeza mwana How are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have hope that I have my own.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
But this thing,
Yeah.
oh, me, for me, they don't.
Yeah. But you go to put your foot down.
Yeah.
Once you put your foot down, you let them know your foot.
Yes.
No protect.
Yeah. They know.
As a Jumanicoti seat,
No,
West Creation.
no, I am waiting for you.
Yes, I've just been.
You know, you are my representative.
Yes, yeah. That's a thing. We want it and we should do it.
Yes.
She had already told me you were here. Because now what's this?
You go and make a human expression face until I pick your phone. Then I write a letter to the cow, public welfare fund, that there's something coming. You have to ensure that they are distributed properly. Yes. Yes, Chair.
It's my last assignment.
Sure, I did not end the meeting.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This place is already.
They are booked. It's a nice one.
So that's the elders.
But it is so good. A very good.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
He has refused.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. Honorable Masaba Mahmood. We are on matters of national importance. Sorry? Sorry? Sorry, Rope? Yeah, but the rope, when you see the rope coming here and speaking, he first communicates with the speaker. We always talk early, we cross-check with each other. So I cannot be ambushed from here. Rope should always brief those ones he puts in office. Because Chief Whip, we usually, colleagues, it makes it easier for us to flow. So Government Chief Whip reaches out to me, Rope reaches out to me, and I usually know they have issues. So, Honorable Muir. Procedure, yes, Honorable Musira John. You have a microphone near you to save time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. While we were going through the prayers, one of my neighbor colleagues here, Umar Nangoli, had his phone on, and the rule number 77 and the others guide us on the tranquility and the silence in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I wish to warn...
Safari suit, okay, which are recognized. The only thing, issues of like scarves, okay, are issues which are not well addressed within the rules. Is the chairman rules committee here? I usually take advantage of their presence here. I think it's an issue since we talked about the committee reviewing the rules, okay? These are some of the issues they can elaborate on. Whether men should also put on scarves, or we reserve them for ladies, okay? Yeah. So, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my apologies for the mishap. Right Honorable Speaker, I raised on a matter of national importance. I want to draw your attention and the attention of the country to a matter of national importance where one David Odori, the Uganda Cranes player and sports club Villa sports captain and player, was hit by thugs, with a paver by thugs yesterday evening around 8:30 p.m. at the Chibuye Primary School. Was rushed to ICU, to Keskirin, put under ICU, Today in the morning, around midday, we received the news that actually he has passed on. So and I seek the indulgence of the Prime Minister to make a statement on that. I thank you.
But first of all, let's observe a minute of silence. Then the rest are guide.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable Muiru, I don't know the kind of statement you would want. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, is there anything you would want to comment on that? No, Honorable Muiru has made his submission, okay? And he asked the Prime Minister, so did the Prime Minister, if she needs to say anything.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are very sorry about that, and it's good that we have prayed for him. May his soul rest in peace. As government, we have to consult with government, especially the Ministry of Sports, and we come up with a program that will be laid here in Parliament. I thank you.
No, Right Honorable, there is no need to do that, okay? This is a security matter. Insecurity that is ongoing, iron bars, people being hit by iron bars and all that. It's an issue you should bring to the attention of the Minister for Internal Affairs, number one, to carry out an investigations and establish what happened. Two, to see that justice prevails for the family, okay? But number three, to review the whole security issue with regard to many victims. We are lucky, this is an important person in the sports sector, the name could come here. But we have many who are dying outside there, whose names cannot be brought here, okay? So it's an issue you should look into as government. For noting, I don't think we need a statement to be brought here just on only that, okay? No, but colleagues, please. But on matters of national importance, you know, we don't have supplementary issues. On matters of, and this is an internal affairs matter, okay? And I've already guided that the Prime Minister should refer it to the Minister. Honorable Masaba Mahmoud. Honorable Masaba. Saying we haven't made any speech here, Honorable. Yeah. Please, Honorable Masaba. No,
Right, Honorable.
Procedure not granted. Maybe I can go on record. Yeah. Not granted. So, Honorable Masaba.
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me join my colleagues to congratulate you. Being my first time to stand here in Parliament, I also join my colleagues to congratulate you. Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, we have an issue of boundary opening in one of my sub-counties, Busano, Wanale, Budware, and this is between NFA and our people in those sub-counties. Our people are suffering with officials from NFA who are taking the animals, who are beating them, detaining them, and that issue reached the President, and he assigned the Prime Minister to solve that issue. Since then, we have never had the report. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that the Right Honorable Prime Minister give us the information. Thank you.
Honorable Mahmoud, you know he has finished his time. No, he has finished his time. He cannot conclude and then he says, come with, okay? Yes, is it NFA or UA? It's UA, because I remember when I was a government chief whip, I was hosted in Bungoko on Mount Wanari, okay? And The gentleman who recently came for the speaker, I also survived them. I had gone to address their issue, they started dancing kado towards me, performing rituals I couldn't understand. So I had to find my way also. I'm told they are not compromising. They are uncompromising. So, Minister for Tourism, because it's UA, the issues with the boundaries for Erigon National Park.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. According to our standard operating procedures, when they're opening up boundaries, no one is supposed to beat anyone. UA does it in the most peaceful way. So if anyone really hits somebody, that's an assault and it's a criminal matter, that should be reported to police with immediate effect, and that person will be held liable for that action. When it comes to confiscation of animals...
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the minister, we have running battles with the Uganda Wildlife Authority, those of us that have national parks and the communities living along the fringes of Mount Elgon. And this has been going on for quite a time immemorial. And we have even recorded statements of trigger-happy UA staff or personnel that have killed our people. Not one, not two, actually more than 20. As we talk, the UA staff are notorious for extorting money from people who live along those fringes of Mount Elgon National Park to allow them to grow crops inside the forest. And even
What's your point of order, Honorable Nambesha?
Is it in order, therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the honorable minister to be very economical with the truth?
Thank you.
About the notorious nature of Uganda Wildlife Authority personnel.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Nambeshe, the minister is stating the government policy. If there are rogue elements who are doing that, that's why you have a platform like this one, where you bring the issues, the way Honorable Masaba has done, the way you've done, and then she goes, she addresses. I don't think the minister would own up to a policy of some rogue elements doing whatever they are doing to the people. Okay? So, but Honorable Minister, the member has brought your attention cases of your people going rogue. Please, Honorable Minister, conclude.
Honorable Speaker, those are mere allegations, but I would engage UA. Those are allegations. They cannot be proved.
Clarification.
So I'm going to engage with UA to investigate the matter, and if any of our officials are doing that, they should be brought to book. Secondly, there is a presidential directive regarding the community surrounding Mountain Erigon and the forest reserve therein. The president directed that we select a few leaders in the community, send them to Switzerland to be capacity built on how they can coexist with wildlife to reduce issues of poaching and stuff like that. But there are also cases where the community goes in and confronts UA officials. Others go in there to set snares and stuff like that. We have rangers who've lost their legs because of snares that are set by the community. So this is something we can handle between the community living in that area and Uganda Wildlife Authority. There's nothing we cannot solve. So I'll engage with the members, and then we meet with UA and see how to come to a logical conclusion.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, allow me to make it very easy for you, because I know that issue and that area well. The solution for that conflict is you clearly determining which border survey or marking you go with. Because they have two contentious, okay? Two contentious surveys. One, there are border markings of 1962, 62, 19, No, the first one. Whatever. Okay, and since 1960.
Mr. Speaker, the
Honorable Msira John, don't access a microphone without the approval of the Speaker. So, I know there is a border, okay, marking of around 1962. Now, because of the conflicts, okay, and the disputes, government did another survey of 1993. So the people are saying, go with the marking of 1993, okay? Because if you go with the border survey of 1962, whatever around there, even parts of Mbare City are in a national park. The reality, a clear reality. So I think you need to go with what is on the ground. But beyond that, Honourable Minister, this is not an issue affecting only that area. We are living in denial. You have national parks where they are not there. I can give you an example, my constituency. Your people came, marked near even taking my home. This is the area which the Mugabe of Vankore gave to the Bachiga, okay, at the request of Mzee Ngorogoza, and our families moved and were given part of National Park in 1953. Now, your people came marked and said all of us must go out. Huh? I mean, oh yes, including me, it means I have no constituency. Maybe I come, I stand in yours. Or where I know I don't stand a chance against you, Honourable Member. So, Honourable Attorney General, Honourable Doug.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a very sensitive matter. And like you've said, it's not only this area. The time I've been here, we've had similar issues in Katakwi, border-related issues with UA. We've had similar issues in Karenga, in Agago and other areas. I want to propose, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether it goes to the committee or not, to assess the magnitude of this problem so that they can budget for the ministry either to open up these boundaries once and for all so that this problem is settled.
Honourable, before I take it to the committee, I would want the ministers, the executive, to do its work, because the committee will not open boundaries. Okay? I know UA has done a lot of work over it. Because, yes, UA officials came, and when I met them in my constituency, the head of Rigo, who was on the team, said they've already marked parts which were occupied by people, okay, and parts which are still available. So you need to go and reconcile. And you live in reality. That business of living a dream, saying there is a national park, you go, Guru University is in a forest. But it's a government university. You even borrowed money and built in a forest reserve. So let us live in reality. Honourable Minister, kind of go back. You look at it as a ministry. And then, you know, let the Committee of Tourism follow up on it, but we give the minister time to do their work. And we can say in around 45 days, after you've consulted cabinet and the president, then you can come here and you update us on what you've decided. Like Daga put it for sure.
Honourable Speaker, a few weeks ago, you had guided that we come up with a substantive statement regarding boundary opening. Already, as you said, UA had done a lot of work regarding opening boundaries, and they were already preparing that statement. Maybe if you give us time on the order paper, we'd first bring that report as you had requested, and then maybe engage more with the committee.
Thank you. But I would advise you, you first make it a cabinet paper, you have the input of cabinet, so that you discuss it deeply. Otherwise, here on the floor, it is going to be fireworks with some of those statements when you don't have commitments from cabinet. That would be my advice to you. When you're ready, you will inform us, we shall give you space right away. Honorable Rua Benson.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Benson Lugwa. I represent the people of Agago North constituency. The Right Honorable Speaker, much as we have been praying about the rain pause, because we have been affected by drought for so long, and few days ago, too much rainfall has destroyed quite a number of classroom blocks from my constituency. And one of them is Wipolo Solote Primary School, of which the rain and then the strong wind has blown away the roof of 2-block classroom, including St. Peter's Anywangai Primary School, the Right Honorable Speaker. Quite many primary schools were affected. We tried to sit down with the district officials, but they were trying to guide so that the parents sit down and contribute money for fixing these roofs of the classroom, the Right Honorable Speaker. But right now, amidst the drought which has affected farmers, I think parents cannot afford paying that money to take back the roof. It's my humble request that the Minister of Education and Sport should help in the process. Because I talked to the district, they have not budgeted for that fund.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes. Education not giving me promises of what. Whoever has money should talk for emergency. Honourable Peter seems to have money. We need to roof this block.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, first we want to acknowledge the challenge we are facing at the moment. But as you're all aware, Right Honourable Speaker, that we asked for some money specifically to handle emergencies in our schools across the country in areas of disaster. That money was not provided for in the budget. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to beg and ask for the indulgence of the Office of the Prime Minister, who should be able to come to our rescue for purpose addressing the disaster which has come in that school. I thank you so much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, I had seen your Minister for Northern Uganda coming into help. Yes, they have iron sheets. Northern Uganda you have.
Right Honourable Minister, we are going to let them write to us. We get the report and then we shall handle accordingly.
Thank you. Colleagues, yesterday I guided, if you have a disaster in your area, okay, coming direct on the floor, you don't get a quick solution. Let your cow with the district disaster committee make an assessment and submit. The cow submits to the Prime Minister. And then you get a copy which you can bring and raise the issue here. But when you've gone through the formal processes. Honorable Akujiziwe Ronald.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Over a long period of time, farmers in Masindi district and other districts have been battling with the striga weed, which is an invasive weed that attaches its roots to mainly the maize roots and ends up causing stunted growth. As a result, most of the farmers in Masindi have made a lot of losses, and this has threatened the food security in the district. My prayer is that MAIF should update this House on how far they have gone with the process of at least producing a herbicide that can help the farmers there. And also the Office of the Prime Minister to help at least provide some free maize seeds to the affected farmers. I thank you.
Minister for Agriculture. I think it's a maiden speech. So no one should disturb Honorable Desire.
Thank you. I've just come in, but my minister, I'm from a meeting where those same issues came up to our ministry, and I think we shall be coming up with a report which we shall be presenting to this floor very soon. So thank you. I don't want to give more information.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I don't know why you don't want to give us more information. Because when you say you don't want to give more information, it means you have it, but you don't want to share. Yeah. So other colleagues, Honourable Minister, I wanted to guide. Honourable Minister, I wanted to guide that since this is an issue affecting a specific area, kindly link up with MP for that area, the leaders. No need to bring a statement here, okay? Yeah, you don't need to bring a statement about the same. But if you feel it's cutting across, or you want to give us more information now?
I said it's not only him. We've been having similar issues raised by different districts, and we are working on a response report, which we shall be sharing with those specific districts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Tibiaze, please. Colleagues, matters of national importance are registered with my office. I don't pick them from here. I'm sorry. And this is the last one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Tibiaze Peace, Woman MP, Jinja District. I rise on a matter of national importance. Jinja is going through a lot with matters of insecurity. We very well know that of recent, 2 boys were shot while we're having elections, and they died on spot in cold blood. Then when it comes to the highway, the Kamuli Highway, we've gotten a dumping place where they are dumping murdered victims. One of them was a fire police guard, and another one is a border guy. Then also recently in 2 days, same thing. So my prayer is that we look into providing security cameras to that highway, then also within Buenge Town Council, and also traffic lights. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
You have a Minister for Internal Affairs here.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate Honorable Tibiaze for the matter of security. The new Minister of Internal Affairs has not yet sworn in. The old one is preparing himself and will start coming to Parliament. But I beg that you give me opportunity.
Honorable Government Chief Whip, Honorable Professor Kamuntu was sworn in.
Yes,
He's
I said the new one.
No, we have a minister. So
Yes.
how can I say that we postpone a matter because the deputy has not come?
No, Right Honorable, I think maybe I didn't explain well. I was meaning the new state has not yet sworn in. The old one will be coming to Parliament beginning next week. So I am humbly requesting that you give me opportunity to engage him to respond to the numerous questions that he has had and he has not responded to, including from the leader of opposition.
Yeah, but Honorable Government Chief Whip, you're the one who is going to make your work difficult. Because me here, what I'm doing, I'm processing your work.
Yes.
These are questions to you, not us.
I'll work on
Number 2, the more you keep postponing issues, the more you're going to find you have around 100 statements that are pending. So I would ask you to urge your ministers to come up. When a minister is not coming to Parliament, usually what happens, they write and they inform us. And then when such a matter has come, I inform a member, I say, Honorable colleague, I don't have a minister around. Let us address your matter next week when the minister is in.
I've taken note, Right Honorable.
Okay.
Clarification.
No, there is no one on the floor. Clarification is granted by the member on the floor, not me. Those are our rules, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item. Colleagues, matters which are still pending will be handled tomorrow during Prime Minister's time. We shall cover all the matters.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the implementation status of the electricity access scale-up project.
Honourable Minister for Energy.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to present a statement on electricity access scale-up project. Right, Honorable Speaker. The government of Uganda received a US dollar loan of 608 million US dollars from the World Bank for the implementation of electricity access scale-up project to be implemented over a period of 5 years. The electricity access scale-up is supporting a government for Uganda effort to increase access to electricity for households, refugees and hosting communities, industrial parks, commercial enterprises, and public institutions. It is also supporting short grid extensions across the country. The project has 5 components, namely the grid expansion and connectivity, financial intermediation, energy access to refugee hosting communities, project implementation support, and affordable modern energy solutions with a sub-component on contingency emergency response. The project became effective on 20th July 2023 and is being implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalized Company, which I will refer to as UECCC. The project closure date is 30th June 2027. Financial performance. As at the end of Q4 financial year 2025-2026, the financial performance was as follows. Project budget, $608 million. Funding disbursement stood at 190,760,885 US dollars, which is a 31.3% budget performance. Service connections, which is component 1. Under the electricity connectivity subcomponent, the government plans to make 1,571,500 connections, both on the grid and off-grid, under this project. On-grid connections. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development signed an implementation agreement with Umeme Limited, the company that was whose concession ended last year. And before the end of the concession, Umeme connected 155,088 electricity connections by the time of the expiry of the concession. That's on 31st March 2025, out of 663,500 connections that they had actually signed to do. They actually underperformed in the connections. When we onboarded UEDCL, Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, which succeeded Umeme, UEDCL signed a contract to actually continue with the connections, and we expect UEDCL to connect 896,435 electricity connections. The company has commenced making the connections, and people who require one pole or no pole are encouraged to apply to UEDCL for government-funded free connections. An applicant is only required to pay 26,550 Uganda shillings to get connected, of which 23,600 is for the inspection of the premises, while 6,400 is payment for the initial units that the beneficiary will actually light his house on the day of connection. As of 30th June 2026, UEDCL had made 79,040 connections under Electricity Access Scale-Up Project. Under ES Electricity Access Scale-Up Result-Based Financing, and shall continue to connect more customers towards the targets that I've talked above, which is 896,435 connections. Procurement of 30% of the service connection materials, including meters, to facilitate material implementation agreement with UEDCL, Kalangala Infrastructure Service, and Wenereko is completed. Some materials have been received while others are ready for delivery. UEDCL is expected to connect under ESP 30,000 customers during the month of August. So now those meters and connection materials are available during this month. This will increase to a monthly connection rate of 40,000 new customers in the subsequent months, and they have a target to deliver more than 1 million meters by June 2027. Procurement of the remaining 70% service connection material is to facilitate materials provision implementation agreement with UEDCL, CASE, that's Kalangala Infrastructure, and Wenereko is actually going on. Contract with the material suppliers are to be signed with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development during this quarter, and I expect it to be concluded by September 2026, and thereafter proceed to manufacture and delivery of connection materials to meet our target of June 2027. Component 2, grid expansion. On the grid extension part, the project will construct 2,900 kilometers of medium voltage and 3,100 of low voltage network install about 1,200 distribution transformers. This answers the question which is commonly asked. What about those lines which are running through development? The injection of these 1,200 transformers will answer that question in over 100 districts. Out of this, nearly 50% of the scope of low voltage and medium voltage lines under the grid expansion is going to be constructed under electricity access scale-up project is actually targeted to the refugee hosting districts. The project will electrify these districts: Adjumani, Isingiro, Kamwenge, Chikube, Kiriadongo, Koboko, Chegagwa, Lamuo, Obongi, Madiokolo, Terego, and Yumbe. It will also electrify 6 industrial parks of Nebi, Pader, Soroti, Kasese, Rukungiri, and Kisoro. Procurement of the grid expansion materials is ongoing. Contracts with bulk material suppliers are to be signed by the ministry during this quarter in the financial year 2026-2027, and thereafter proceed to manufacture and delivery of grid expansion materials. Financial intermediation. Another important component of the project, which is financial intermediation, is being implemented by UECCC, which is a government company of Uganda that was established to facilitate investments in the Uganda renewable energy sector. Key implementing partners, including participating financial institutions and energy service companies, have actually been captured and ready to deliver. The UECCC is providing financial, technical, and other support for off-grid and clean cooking energy access and productive uses of energy. Financial instruments being employed by UECCC include a line of credit, partial credit guarantee, and a technology risk guarantee, subsidies under the result-based financing, and technical assistance to energy service companies that trade in off-grid solar systems. The price subsidy program became effective on November 1st, 2024. Approved energy service companies have discounted prices for Ugandans and refugees for the eligible off-grid solar systems. This include home systems providing capacity to charge phones with a minimum of 2 separate switched lights, clean cooking solutions, including biomass stoves, household biogas, liquid petroleum gas package, ethanol cook stoves, electric cooking devices, and solar cookers, and productive use of energy products. The products include solar-powered water pumps, including the component required to power the pumps and the irrigation equipment required to make a best use of the pump such that piping and water storage is actually achieved. Solar-powered refrigerators, including the components required to power refrigerators. Solar-powered grain milling machines, solar water heaters, as well as on-grid appliances that include refrigerators, freezers, and milling machines. UECCC has signed over 100 contingent grant agreements with energy service companies to sell, supply, install eligible products at discounted rates across the entire country. The financial intermediation component has achieved remarkable progress so far, especially in off-grid solar and clean cooking subsidies, where the subsidies go as far as 60%. Public institution electrification. The project is also implementing off-grid electrification interventions in public institutions. This includes schools, health centers, and water sources under the Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Water and Environment, respectively. We have signed implementation agreements with these ministries because when we provide an electric equipment, we don't take responsibility to pay the tariffs. We also don't take responsibility to maintain them. So the ministries take responsibility to budget for the infrastructure that we put in place. Under the Ministry of Water and Environment, 40 water schemes across the country are being implemented and are currently in operation. 4 more are currently being installed. 50 more water schemes are being designed, and we are doing this in collaboration with our sister ministry. Under the Ministry of Education and Sports, 45 schools were selected to benefit from electrification. Supply and installation of the solar off-grid systems to these schools is actually ongoing, and we are working with the Ministry of Education. Under the Ministry of Health, 172 health centers have been identified for electrification, and the procurement of electric service companies to do the supply and installation is ongoing. This is specifically for off-grid, and in all these cases, it is actually to meet electric supply in hard-to-reach areas where there are schools and where there are health centers. Institutional clean cooking. Contracts were signed with energy service companies that will enable phase 1 of installation of clean cooking installations in public institutions as follows. Electric pressure cookers, 2 sites have been selected. Installation works are ongoing for pressure cookers, and they are being completed in Kabale Referral Hospital and Fort Portal Referral Hospital. These units are in service in those hospitals. Liquid petroleum gas stoves, 5 sites. Biomass stoves, 113 sites. Biogas stoves, 11 sites, and the supply and installation in those areas are going on. Selection of more sites that will form phase 2 is actually ongoing, and we're working with all our partners to make sure that those sites which are more deserving for this are actually identified. Now, going forward, there has been a slow pace of new consumer connections by UEDCL due to local supply suppliers given tenders to supply connection materials not meeting their side of the have a low local capacity to manufacture connection materials. Going forward, UADCL was cleared to open up to international suppliers as we build our local capacity to manufacture the connection materials along other industries. We have now, as a ministry, a deliberate effort to encourage the local manufacturers to go into manufacturing the connection materials. We don't need to continuously import connection materials. We are also fast-tracking the completion of the procurement processes for the grid expansion and connection materials, where the World Bank is reviewing the technical bids for the contractors and service providers as part of the procurement process. Whatever we do, we always have to ask for no objection from the World Bank to go forward in the procurement. The ministry is working with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development to avail funding to compensate project-affected persons. And this is a critical part where unless we get the money, we shall not be able to actually deliver electricity extensions and expansion. Because wherever we go on expansion of the grid, the World Bank condition is we must compensate for the land that we take electricity through. We have been discussing with the Minister of Finance to integrate even the element of meeting clearances for the land, the PAPs, to be taken care of within the loan agreement. The ministry is working with Ministry of Finance to enable that to happen. The project has Uganda shillings 18 billion out of the 40 billion that we require for compensation of for the land where the expansion is going through. 18 billion out of 40. So this is a challenge which we foresee to delay the implementation, that part of expansion of the grid to many of the places that we have identified for electrification. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So, I'll start with Honorable Cohen. No, the Shadow Minister for Energy is not here, and I know him. Yeah. So, and there is a rope. So I'll pick Honorable Cohen. I pick Modoi Isaac and Wakori. I pick Annette. I pick Karamoja Stera. Then I pick Obongi. I pick Francis Akorikin. But enough time. Okay? Give 2 minutes each. I'm going to give you enough time. Whenever I promised you yesterday. So be sure I will. So please, 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Amanya Cohen, Champene, the Member of Parliament for Igara West Constituency. Honorable Speaker, in my own constituency, I have heard the statement of the Minister. In my own constituency, the poles were put 15 years ago. Up to now, the whole constituency, and I know the Honorable Speaker knows this element. For the whole constituency, we don't have electricity in the 7 sub-counties. I have raised this issue with the ministry. even the president directed to the minister for purposes of dealing with, the president directed to the minister for purposes of dealing with that issue. So I beseech the minister to relook into the issues of Igara West constituency and to be specific in those 7 sub-counties. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I would advise also you write to the minister giving details of the 7 sub-counties. Okay? Yes, I had allowed Modoy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. I come from Bududa. And in the 11th Parliament, I remember, even you borrowed money, and we were given assurance that we will be, the poles that we have put there would be connected. Like my colleague said, we have poles which are standing, some of them are falling, but I understand there are companies that were contracted to do the work. How I wish the minister was specific, tell us the companies which is executing work, where they are based, where they are operating, so that we know who's doing what and how we can make a follow-up. I wish him to be very specific and give us the timeline. Because the question now is not money, it's the commitment to fulfill what we had agreed upon. And I'm happy he's saying that World Bank has no objection to give us money. We gave money, but the implementation seems to be failing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wakori.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. Mr. Speaker, while the objectives of expanding access to electricity are commendable, county constituency is that many villages, many government institutions, and many trading centers are unconnected to the national grid. Mr. Speaker, Article 8A of our Constitution requires that Uganda is governed on principles of equity, social justice, and
supply to electricity.
Yes.
Electricity.
But Right Honorable Speaker, even when you read our objective principle number 11, it is very clear that government is supposed to promote equitable and balanced development across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, you have just guided that some of us need to write, but we have been writing to this same ministry, but nothing happens. We wouldn't be coming on the floor of Parliament here to raise such issues. Right Honorable Speaker, my people will still continue paying taxes, and we know that this is a loan acquired from World Bank. And Right Honorable Speaker, if we are really serious that we want to transform this economy, Right Honorable Speaker, electricity is not a luxury, it is a basic driver to education, healthcare in this country. So if we really want to be serious, and if we are talking about electricity which is supposed to turn around the economy, we cannot talk about agro-industrialization where we do not have power. And Right Honorable Speaker, in Butilu County, I have 13 sub-counties, but about 9 of them are not having electricity in most of the centers. And we have been trekking to the ministry. In particular, I've been talking to the same minister.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, I think in your response, because this project is limited, you have other scopes that are ongoing. I think you need, as you're coming back to respond here, I request you give maybe an update on other scopes. It might not be detailed, but it's very, very important, because I don't want all electricity issues to be put on one scope. And yet when you read the details, it's a very limited scope. Yeah. Yes, Stella Tiang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for giving the statement, and I also want to thank government for its efforts to electrify the country. Right Honorable Speaker, government has tried its best to take power to the community, to Ugandans. However, it's only lines that are running over people's homes. The community members are not able to tap this power, just because government has not enabled them to tap this power. There are lines running without transformers put on them to enable the community to tap. this power. It's the reason as why, from this particular project that the minister has just been giving the statement, out of the 896,000 persons targeted to be connected, it's only 79, which is just 8% of the targeted population that has been connected. It's not that Ugandans are not able to afford even the 550,000, but it's just because government has not enabled them to tap. Now, the people who are able to tap are actually big investors. The Yobai in Karamoja, the Yobai factory in Karamoja, the Hotel Africanas, the Uganda breweries are the ones who are able to tap because they can afford the bigger amount of buying transformers and also poles to pull power to their factories, which a local person, for example, I just wanted power and they asked me 56 million to pull power from just 300 meter distance of 300 meters to my place. How can a local Ugandan afford that money? As much as...
Thank you. Honorable Babiku. Then Honorable Chibanzanga. Then as I come this, yeah. Honorable Babiku Jessica, then Honorable Chibanzanga. Whoever is ready. Okay, Babiku seems there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker, listening to this report, it is as if it was written in New York. It is not in touch with the reality. 10 years ago, the president directed that Bugendera for the first time should be on the national grid. 2016 to 2021, they started connecting Bugendera by erecting the poles and somehow putting the wires. To date, the poles are eaten by termites, they are falling, there are no wires. I was in the Ministry of Agriculture with the minister presenting this report.
You were his boss?
Yes, he was my director. We acquired machines to process coffee in Bugendera. One of the machines does not have a transformer to supply electricity so that the machine starts running. And yet the report was sounding very nicely. Can we stop writing reports like World Bank? Let us start writing reports which are in reality of what our people are going through. Mr. Speaker, I pray that my good minister, who was my director, get in touch with the reality. Bring a report that we shall give our attention and debate when we know that we are debating a report from our constituencies. I pray.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Kasai, you've had, I hope he treated you well as your supervisor. So it should be, yeah, now you can pay back, really. Yes. Yes, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the ministry for the stakeholders meeting in Adjumani, as Adjumani is one of the refugees hosting district. But I request that the Honour Minister and the team gets back to Adjumani for another stakeholders meeting, because the reports that I'm getting are that the sub-counties did not agree on the areas chosen from the ministry where the PowerPoints are supposed to be. And also allow the members of parliament to be part of that meeting so that we shall share the information. To Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I propose that the ministry reconsiders the cost
we pay over the poles. They are very expensive and many people cannot afford. Lastly, on the water to schools, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry took a decision to have solar-powered water systems, but many schools have failed to maintain the solar water systems, and many of the systems are broken down. So I pray that government comes to review so that we have something that the schools can manage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Zarakio, Honorable Kazora, Honorable Achon. Yes, Honorable Sarakitio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, the people I'm picking first are those who are not my friends and are those who are not very close to me.
Thank you, Right.
So the ones who are my friends should be patient. You're the ones I'll be coming to. So unless you want to say you're not my good friend. So you are very close to me, just wait a bit. I first pick those who are not very close to me. Now everyone is fighting to be close to me. I'll pick your honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister, the Honorable Minister and the team for the report. But Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to inform the Honorable Minister and the team that my area, Masakaruro, most of the electrified areas were taken to the city. We are stuck. We are stuck in our schools. We are stuck. There's nothing going on actually. I kindly request that Masaka district, Masaka Rural, should be considered. This being a mother district to most of these districts of Greater Masaka, I request that you consider us. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chon, then Honorable Kazora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, that was 2019. I remember His Excellency directive where REA should be put all over the country. And Utuke was one of the first districts who benefited. I would like to appreciate for that. Nonetheless, the poles were planted from 2019 up to date. Some of the poles, the wires are not being connected. Secondly, we are losing the number of employment in this country because youth would use those who do welding, those who do carpentry. Not only that, in Otoke district, we need the power to be used as a water pump. From ever since we are lacking all this, Right Honorable Speaker, we need the water to be pumped by the power. And we are lacking this kind of thing, Right Honorable Speaker. And the poles are being burnt up by the wildfire, which they're all falling apart, Right Honorable Speaker. And we have made a written several times, and I made an announcement for over 8 years. I will request Honorable Minister really to make sure he help people of Uganda, Opotuka. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kazora.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Electricity. I come from Mitoma District. For your record, Right Honorable Speaker, I was passing in your constituency where people were asking me whether you are a true speaker, because even in your constituency, there are standing poles like 10 kilometers, there are no wires, and people were asking, Kazola and you and Tom, what are you doing there?
I'm adding you 2 minutes. You continue.
Yes. This is a vivid example. Right Honorable Minister, if you cannot provide electricity to our deputy speaker, I think this government is doing a disservice. Right Honorable Speaker, this government said every secondary school must be a sub-county. Every health center must be in a sub-county. I have Nyachizinga sub-county, where we have 2 secondary schools, and we are in a digital transformation. How are you expecting students from Nyachizinga, where there is no electricity? That means they will have no computers in schools. How are they going to compete with other schools? Rurehe sub-county and Nyachizinga, there is no single pole, not a single one.
Honorable, the 2 minutes are over. Yes. So I'll do. No, colleagues, I'm coming this side, don't mind. Yeah, the ones of this side, you can be seated. I'm just speaking 4 people here. Yes. And I want new MPs only. From this side. Yes. Including Guma is a new MP. So I'll pick Honorable Drito. No, Honorable Guma, you can be seated, don't mind. Oh, anyway, let our elder be given a chance. Okay? Our elder Guma, you can go on. I'll add on Honorable Drito. Okay? No, when I come back, I'll pick the old MPs. So now I'm giving a chance to the new one. I pick Namaingo, Honorable Hope, and and General Shande. Okay? But I'm going to give you enough time, colleagues. Yeah, this is a critical statement. It would rather flow into state of the nation, but you get a chance to speak on electricity issues. Yeah. Honorable Guma.
Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm retired Major Guma, Uganda North constituency. Just very briefly, I wanted to serve the Honorable Minister by advising him to convince the President and the Cabinet to borrow, I sit on the Committee of National Economy, to borrow more money and have power in this country. Instead of borrowing for defective projects, we should borrow money for projects that have economic sense. So convince the Chief Executive, who is the President, and Cabinet and your colleagues, so that we can have power. The honorable member from Otuke in Rango Sub-District was talking of poles without wires. I have a similar situation. So when you see members standing up, Honorable Minister, the problem is that you are having a conversation with Honorable Lydia Wanyoto. You are not listening. The problem of power requires a lot of money, so go and borrow more money and we support.
Namaingo, then Honorable Drito.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Mukisa Robina Hope, Woman Member of Parliament representing Namaingo District. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the report, but the truth is the report given on this floor of Parliament is totally different with what is on the ground. When you come to Namaingo District, in most of my sub-counties, we only see electrical poles, but my people do not have electricity. I heard Honorable Minister talking about hard-to-reach areas. Namaingo District is also among one of the hard-to-reach areas. So I kindly request that when you consider hard-to-reach areas, kindly let Namaingo District also be put into consideration. I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Now, before Honorable Drito comes on, Honorable Minister, just 2 minutes. There's something I would need you to clarify and guide. Because you see, we are condemning your report, okay? And we are attributing all electricity issues to this report. Do you have other projects that are ongoing? So that when the MPs are looking, because we are going to look at the report and we condemn it in total, and yet you have other projects that are ongoing. Honourable Minister? And then we can continue with the debate after.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This one is a little project, and the questions which are being asked can be answered by different other projects. If you looked at this one, it is mainly about the last mile connections. One pole or no pole, where we want to take more than 1 million connections to be made. This is where the meters are going to be provided, one pole or no pole. Secondly, this one is for little expansion, limited expansion. And that expansion is going to be addressing mainly the institutions of government, schools, health centers, which is a priority to all of us. And then there is an element of off-grid, solar systems. But there are a number of other projects. There's a government of Uganda funded projects, which are for rural electrification. We are packaging another project which is going to address...
Point of order, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the report, the Minister said that there are incidents where he needs over 40 billion to compensate the project affected persons. And in his explanation, he's saying this project is addressing 1 or 2 poles. 40 billion to compensate project affected persons, and at the same time contradict himself and say this is a project that is intended to connect only people that need 1 or 2 poles. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've got to...
Honorable, they put you on order and now you're violating the rules. Now, I think when you read the statement in full, the scope is wide, beyond the 1 to 2 poles, when you read the statement in full. And I would want to hold the minister accountable onto his statement than an explanation he's just making. Okay? So I think we can accommodate each other, but you are also right, that's a very good clarification, that it's beyond. What I wanted to ask a minister and honorable colleagues, because I have followed the debate we are having. We are not debating this statement. 90% of the submissions are outside this statement. And I cannot blame you. Reason being, you have not been updated on other projects in the ministry. Honorable Minister, do you think you can burn a midnight candle? Okay? Today, you expand this statement beyond the scope of this so that you give us an update on all projects, and then tomorrow I give you 2 hours of debate when colleagues are updated on all projects, because it's just an update. Otherwise, no, listen, colleagues, because the debating we are having is not on the statement, it's outside the statement. No, Honorable, I know, but the issues we are raising, I'm going to favor those who were here, who have followed up, but I have colleagues of the 12th Parliament. I don't want a debate that is favoring only old MPs. I want the new MPs to be on board with regard to this matter of electricity. Honourable Minister, do you think it would work? I just need to hear from the Minister. Let me first hear from the Minister. I've just asked him. If he can update it, and then tomorrow we do 2 hours of debate. First thing, from 2 to 4 p.m. Honourable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I have a commitment tomorrow also with the environment and natural resources.
No, that's a committee of parliament.
Okay.
I direct it not to disturb you. They can postpone their business.
To bring the MPs, especially the new ones, to speed with everybody else, I'm going to produce a comprehensive report of electrification of the country, all the projects. I'll be talking about what are the completed projects, which are planned projects, which are the ongoing. And that will bring the MPs to the same level with the others. But, right, Honorable Speaker, that's a big task. I've done it in the previous parliament, where I actually take the MPs by zones. I take those for example, Karamoja alone, and each one will come with the projects which are completed in their districts, projects which are going on.
Honorable Minister,
yes.
I'm asking you about your own records, not MPs to do research for you.
No,
okay?
no.
I'm saying what I need, what I'm requesting you, to see if you can help to do it, okay? It's simple. We have government of Uganda financing. You have certain ongoing loans. I'm saying, can you package all together, okay? And you come update. If not tomorrow, if you feel tomorrow is not possible, you can tell me Tuesday, okay? But so that it guides me.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I commit myself to undertake the assignment, but deliver it on Tuesday next week.
Okay, thank you. So, honorable colleagues, now I want to guide. I want the debate to be limited to this. Let us continue with the debate, but when it is only limited to this statement. Procedure, Honorable Kefa.
Right Honorable Speaker, as you are very well aware, there was a very big project. It was called the Bridging the Demand Supply Balance Gap through Accelerated Electrification. That's the project that planted trees planted electric poles around the country, and the work on those were never completed. That's the main project, the project that has mainly caused the problems about the work that we are talking about in our constituencies. And I have a problem on that myself in Kiboga. I'm just surprised that that project has been declared complete. Isn't it procedurally correct, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, that we get a separate report on that project? Because it was supposed to achieve a lot of things, and wouldn't be where we are when everything was implemented according to that project.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable, it's among the projects which will be reported on Tuesday. Okay? Now, colleagues, why I'm raising this matter, your own rules, Rule 74, Sub-Rule 1, on content of speech. The content of speech must be the subject matter. Okay? So now, the subject matter we are having here now is electricity access scale-up project. Not electricity access scale-up. There's the word project. So your submission must be limited within a project. Okay? So now, if you speak outside the project, please, I'm going to be declaring that you're out of order. Honorable Koza procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought you had guided this House very well, because the report which we are discussing, its content is not comprehensive. Because what touches the energy sector, it must be comprehensive. When you start with the projects, it does not give a real ground where people are wanting for electricity and solve a problem. When you take a SWOT analysis of Uganda electricity rural electrification, where it stopped, 80% it had completed sub-county areas. But now the insecurity on those connections, the vandalization, everything, I thought that we are going to get it in that report on Tuesday, so that we debate the whole sector as energy and know where there are gaps. Are we procedurally correct to go back again to report the few contents within the energy sector?
Honorable Lop, I just want to get the convergence of minds. Colleagues, you see, it's not good to rush to speak when you're not going to conclude. You can come here, you speak, you get a video you share with your constituents, but they wait for results, zero. At the end of the day, it will be results. So these issues are joined at the hip. They are close, they are cousins, they are twins. So I don't know, it will be very difficult for you to debate without touching into, because a project feeds into another. So Rob, I really need your guidance. Can't we merge this report with the one of Tuesday? And we have a comprehensive debate, okay? But Honorable Minister, I would need the report by Monday, okay? So that I upload it on the members' platform. They are able to read, cross-check with their constituents, and see that their issues are well captured. Because it is usually heavy. Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, ordinarily I would see no harm in us being equipped with the information to facilitate the debate. But what I want the Honorable Minister to appreciate, that actually we are talking about a loan. And maybe as he returns, Dr. General did an audit on this project. And the facts you give in your statement actually contradict what is in the report. And maybe what I also need to remind him as he returns, that we are paying money on this loan because money was committed. And he also needs also to speak about the counterpart funding for the line, because however much we talk, when there's no money to clear the project affected person, we shall continue to make more losses.
So you agree with my
I agree with
my
you
suggestion?
to the extent that will come, right on that the statement will come. Because the minister may think that maybe this is escape. I thank you.
No, it can't be. So, honorable colleagues, we are going to handle this matter on Tuesday. Let us stand over the debate. Let the minister go and give a comprehensive statement. Because you see, on a project you cannot conclude alone on the floor without going to the committee, because the committee would now go into details, interact with the accounting officer, and all that. And this debate has no resolution on it. So you get it. So it's better we get the update. After debating, we refer it to the committee. The committee digs much deeper, interacts with the technical people, and comes up with suggestions on recommendations, including accountability committees, now which will be looking into the performance. Honorable Fungaro, you're not happy at all. Today you came ready to talk, but you see why I'm not going to allow you. When I was making my guidance, I saw you packing your bags, you want to go. So I might give you an opportunity and you go. So I will allow you after 10 members have submitted. Be patient. I will allow you. I will allow you in the State of the Nation. No, we've already referred it to Tuesday. So it's, the record will still be there on Tuesday. But I request you be here with me, okay? I request you be patient, you be here. So let's go to the next item. Colleagues, we've stood over this up to Tuesday.
Item 4 on the order paper, presentation of a petition on the matter of failure to release students' transcripts and certificates by Ndege University.
It's Honorable Eunice Otuko.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise under Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure to present a petition on behalf of Mrs. Tamali Okao, the petitioner present in the gallery, regarding the failure by Ndeje University to release students' transcripts and academic certificates, a matter affecting the educational and professional prospects of the affected students. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the humble petitioner is age 84 years, who was employed as the director of St. Stephen Nursery Teachers College, and who hereby states as hereunder that she's a former director who served the state school for a period of 17 years, from 2005 to 2022, when she humbly retired. That St. Stephen Nursery Teachers College was operating in Lira municipality from 1995 till 2022, when its operation was severely affected by COVID-19. And that St. Stephen Nursery Teachers Training College in Lira municipality then was affiliated to Ndeje University from 2015 to 2022 as a requirement by the government through the Ministry of Education and Sports. And that in 2018, 18 students from Karamoja were enrolled under government sponsorship to undertake studies. That the expected remittances from government were never compensated to date, causing the institution to accrue unpaid dues with the Ndeje University. That the petitioner on behalf of the institution cleared to zero balance. That the petitioner on behalf of the institution cleared to zero balance in May 2023 as a precondition set by the university for the release of the academic documents. That a total of 102 students who completed their courses in 2017, 2018, 2019, Honorable Speaker, 2020, 2021, and 2022 to date have not received their transcripts and certificates. That the institution has made numerous correspondences and engagements with the administration of Ndeje University since 2017 to date, but nothing has come of it, as seen in the annexures. That calls have been made to the National Council for Higher Education to intervene, but have yielded very little or no action from Ndeje University. That the 102 affected students have missed opportunities, lost jobs, and more due to failure to produce transcripts and certificates as proof of completion of studies. The petitioner's prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, that Parliament prevails over Ndeje University to ensure that the students' academic documents are released without further delay for them to pursue other opportunities, and that the issue is brought to closure since all the dues were fully paid, which was their precondition for the release. That Parliament ensures that a team is set up to inquire into other students suffering in silence and may have been deprived of their academic documents, and that the Minister of Education and other education regulatory bodies establish working mechanisms to handle such issues conclusively at the regulatory level, with a clear escalation matrix and responsibility centers for accountability and support of students, learners, parents, and affiliated institutions. And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, that government reimburses the amount of money spent by the petitioner to clear dues of the 18 government enrolled students from Karamaja that undertook the courses to its completion. These are the prayers, Right Honourable Speaker, for the petitioner. And I respectfully beg to lay the petition on the table for this House for your due consideration, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. Colleagues, I'm invoking Rule 31, Sub-Rule 7 of our Rules of Procedure, where, in the opinion of the Speaker or presiding officer, sees who can quickly handle the matter, whether it's a committee, whether it's a minister. And I want to refer it to the minister, not to the committee, because the minister can take quick action and report back to this House on Wednesday. Honourable Minister, I don't know whether you're comfortable with that. why send it to the Committee on Education?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I entirely agree with the position you've guided, and I also want to call upon most of our people who might be having the same problem that the Ministry of Education and Sports is open. We welcome you to bring such petitions or such cases for us to handle so that you can get justice. Right Honourable Speaker, for the record, this morning I was in the Committee of Education and Sports to follow up almost a similar matter. On the matter of Chambogo University, there was also a petition. Aniston Cook University, on the same matter, which again, I have asked the committee that we will handle these matters by Tuesday within the time frame you've guided. So I will bring a statement. And I also want to urge my colleague, how I wish I had this information early enough, I would have come with an answer here. But I pledge that I will be able to handle this expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have Ms. Tamari St. Stephen, Ms. Amongi Mary. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Also, in the public gallery again, we have Sister Stella Kayunyu. Sisters under the Fort Portal Diocese in Kabaro District. She has come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming our sister. Thank you. Next item.
Item 5, laying of papers, Parliamentary Pension Scheme by annual report for the period ended December 31st, 2025.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay by annual report for the period ended December 31st, 2025 of Parliamentary Pension Scheme. I beg to lay.
Thank you, colleagues. This report is for information purposes. I ask the clerk to upload it onto our platform so that, colleagues, you can read through and you follow up on the status of your pension. Even those who have spent only 1 month here, you're already receiving pension. Okay? So you better follow up on your 1 month pension. Oh, sorry, I'm being guided by the clerk, colleagues, because I had followed the rules, and I think this is why we need to update the rules early. And the Parliamentary Pensions Act, Parliament needs to consider this report. So if it needs to consider it, it means it must be referred to one of the committees, which will process and report back here. So I review my area guidance, and therefore I refer the report to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and reporting back within 45 days. Thank you, clerk. Next item.
Item 6 on the other paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to express gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation Address to Parliament of Uganda on 4th June 2026. Debate ensues.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, like we guided earlier, this will go on. We are being interrupted with many issues that are coming up, but which are also important, and keeping the House lively and of serious concern. So if you know you've already submitted on this motion, I request, because I might not be having a record, okay, but I request you don't submit again. That's very clear. Number 2, once again, it is 3 minutes, okay, 3 minutes for each member, and it's a maiden speech for this House. So I have 69 members who have already submitted, So it's a maiden speech, no interruption. You allow a member to speak without any interruption. And it's good manners also to remain here and we listen to that member, because one day you'll be speaking and you'll need to be listened to. Okay? And I'm noting down, some colleagues stand up many times and they don't see me picking them. I have very many reasons I consider. If you come here and you spend 30 minutes, 1 hour, and you go, and you do it very often, I take note. So, and then you come, you want to speak first. So I wait for you. I see if you can speak around 8 p.m. Yeah. I'll find ways also of giving silent punishment. So if you know that you're about to go, okay, you know, I might take note. If you're going to leave this house, you should notify the presiding officer why you are going away. For example, Honorable Fungaru, their group has a meeting with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. That's why they went. So I'll start with Honorable Angura, followed by Honorable Sekabira.
Thank you very much.
Government Chief Whip, if you have a list of your people, you can share with me if you have a list. I've received one of opposition now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity once again to thank the President for his exposition on the state of the nation, but also thank the Chief Whip for giving me the opportunity to chair the first SONA preparation meeting that enabled the House and especially the NRM team to start with the discussions. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make quick highlights on the issues the President raised. Number 1, the standard gauge railway, you know, is one of our key assets that we are preparing as a nation, and it starts from Tororo and Tororo South, to be very specific. However, I want to bring to the attention of government that kilometer 0.1 to date has not been cleared in terms of compensation. So how I wish we fast track compensation in relation to kilometer 0.1, those who are demanding be settled, such that when the contractor finally is flagged off, he should be able to move without interruption. But this also brings me to a big challenge that we are running now, as per the President's statement, the widening of the Malaba-Tororo Road. Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak to you now, over 3,000 trucks cross from Kenya to Uganda on a daily basis, and over 2,000 cross back. So the main artery as far as revenue collection is concerned for us is through that border. But you can wait from Tororo to Malaba for over 2 hours because of congestion and inability of faster movement of trucks. So that is considered as waiting in motion. The World Bank has gone ahead to compute how much we lose in terms of holding in traffic jams. It is to a tune of about $800 million is what we lose in terms of waiting in motion, that is jam within the borders but also within the country. So we must fast track that, but also separate the movement of cargo from the border. Fast track the northern bypass corridor through Malaba, Apokore, Kwapa to Magodes, so that the northern corridor traffic can exit through the other side, and the southern corridor traffic can come towards the old road. Right Honorable Speaker, the President also talked about our role in supporting him to see to it that the 1 billion shillings as the affirmative road fund given to our districts is increased. The president actually said that it is 3 billion that is being given to the districts. What I know is...
Thank you. Chair, you can conclude being...
Thank you very much. It is 1 billion that we receive in the districts. And some districts have received 2 billion shillings. But now the president said that he has a record of 3 billion shillings. And as parliament, we can come here and look at any consideration to revise that amount. We badly need that amount to be revised. Tororo, we have about 2,000 kilometers of road as a district. No wonder we have been here raising concern about dividing the district. The district is so big and we needed more money in that line. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the parish development model. This socio-economic drive is a project that all of us have running in our various districts. But in the country, we have 10,717 parishes. Out of those parishes, 128 have not been receiving that money. And in Tororo, we have 17 parishes that have not been accessing PDM. In my constituency, 8 parishes have not been accessing PDM. Efforts to have government accommodate these 128 parishes has not been forthcoming. And this is keeping people out of the money economy. But also...
Thank you. Honorable Secretary Dennis.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for this motion. And for the record, I, in totality, associate myself with the submission of the Leader of Opposition. But Right Honorable Speaker, following your guidance, I wrote to the COW of Luero District so that I can submit with the facts on this issue, preferably on 4 sectors: health, education, roads, and power. So for power, I can submit next week when the minister brings the report. But for health, with the facts, Luero Hospital does not have an ICU. And this hospital is serving over 600 people in the district. Still with the information furnished to me by the DHO through the COW, we do not have a sewage management system. Number 3, the hospital is understaffed. Actually, it is 38% staffed. And this leaves a very big gap to address the concerns of patients. Lastly, which is very embarrassing, Right Honorable Speaker, when power goes off, this hospital doesn't have a backup system. So when power goes off, they can only light candles. On the second issue, which is roads, the roads in Katikam North constituency are in very bad state. For now, I can use 2 roads to give an example. The road from Chigavu to Chibula, the road from Ngogolo to Kansiri. Right Honorable Speaker, these roads have been bad during a dry season. I don't know what is going to happen when the rains start coming. And I think government has to respond very fast and address this issue. Second last is on education. We have 2 sub-counties, the sub-county of Tuntumula and rural sub-county, rural sub-county. We do not have any secondary government school or even government aided. And this makes education very difficult to our people. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, and this is a very important issue, Luero District, being the mother district that brought the NRM into power, we do not have a legacy project. I hear the government is constructing a Kiboa Stadium, Hoima Stadium, but in Luero District we don't even have not only a stadium but even a market, because these markets are located to municipalities. And I think it should be in a consideration of government to at least give us a legacy project because we lost a lot during the liberation struggle. Thank you very much. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, from Honorable Sekabira's presentation, I've had a very good strategy. Writing to the COW, okay? And the COW gives you the status. The status of your district, how you are doing. It becomes much easier. Thank you for that. And I would urge colleagues to always cross-check with their COWs. So Honorable Pachuto, Honorable Rogers Byamukama, Honorable Nakut Face, Honorable Robin Arwakojo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank our visionary president on updating the country on the state of the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, as a government, I think we have done a lot, but yet a lot more needs to be done. Right Honorable Speaker, we are grappling with the issue of the tax to GDP ratio. Many times we are complaining how our tax to GDP ratio is low, but one sure way that this country could increase that ratio is by adding value to our raw materials. I will give a case of Greater Navy. Right Honorable Speaker, in my district, Pakwach, the entire district is surrounded by the River Nile, where a lot of fish species are available, and if we concentrated by supporting the fishermen with good road networks, tarmac road networks, like the Panyimur, Pakwach, Wadlai Road, and making available electricity in every sub-county, I think our exports would grow because the electricity will help the fishermen have longer storage of preserving the fish. Secondly, in Greater Navy, we grow coffee, Arabic coffee in Zumbo. But the state of the road from Navy up to Vura border post is not very, very good to attract an investor or even to encourage the farmers do much better or add value. And yet our president again and again is saying, to create wealth, we must add value. I therefore want to appeal that in this 5-year term, we concentrate on seeing that electricity, our road networks, support the envisaged growth and development that we would like to see in this country. On the issue of health, Right Honorable Speaker, Pakwach again lies in the lowland with the River Nile. Very many years ago, Right Honorable Yume here knows, my Minister for Primary Health, that the Nile is not very good source of water for consumption. And because of that, my people are vomiting blood because they suffer from bilharzia. Pakwach is located just at the gateway of West Nile. Whatever happens in the park.
Thank you. Honorable Rogers Byamukama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Rogers Byamukama. I represent the people of Basili Municipality. I rise in support of the motion to commend the President on the State of the Nation address, where he highlights human capital development, economic empowerment, electrification, and skilling. However, in my constituency, some of these things are very alien. I have 2 divisions that don't have a secondary school. That is Kigulia Division and Karujubu Division. I have a whole division that does not have a single health care unit, be it a health center that is being phased out. I therefore want to suggest and request through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the ministry is concerned, education and health, to give affirmative action to this municipality. Secondly, we talk about economic empowerment. But our road infrastructure is almost dead. I would like to request the Minister of Works to give us a road from Masindi, Miria, connecting to Rwenkunye, so that the entire western Uganda, southwestern and western Uganda, can be connected to Lango sub-region and Teso sub-region. That will give economic improvement, market for our people, and improve movement across those 2 regions. And lastly, we talk about electricity for agriculture industrialization. In my municipality, villages surrounding the central business district do not have electricity. but you find electricity in many other rural areas. But in town, where we should be doing cottage industries, there is no electricity. Therefore, I suggest and request through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Energy should take care of our people in terms of energy, electricity, even to the existing government infrastructure, but also to give our people an opportunity to do value addition. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Faith Nakut.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join colleagues to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the communication he gave to the nation during the State of the Nation address. In that communication, he communicated content that was similar to the one he communicated at his swearing-in ceremony. It means that that communication is not just for a year, but is for a term. It is his vision for this term of office. I will quote two statements which he said, which are critical for us. One, he said, no more withholding your hope when others are cultivating. Two, he said, no more diverting us from the things that are important. These statements mean that the country should move as one and in one direction. On the matter of the participation of Ugandans in their economy, he emphasized it in both speeches. It is on us as leaders and also the people of Uganda that we examine our level of participation in our national economy. A few weeks ago, when the international bodies began to rank countries that had shifted to middle income status, Ugandans were disappointed when our neighbors were being ranked high, even though our economy is said to be growing very fast. Do you know why? Because of this thing which the president said, that Ugandans should be actively participating in their economy. The investment by foreign investors alone, or by Ugandans who go abroad and bring their money, is not adequate to bring us to the kind of life that we want of wealthy people. So there is a job to be done in this term of office, according to how I understood the communication from the president. I believe that the sector ministries will align themselves with that vision. The president already gave his vision. I also believe that this parliament will align itself with that vision so that we contribute, not diverting, but contribute to the cause of making Ugandans wealthy as a whole. I was happy when this House passed a loan for irrigation. That is part of contribution towards the cause of increasing productivity and reducing the shocks that
to supply free coffee seedlings in Uganda, and emphasizing in Uganda, and emphasizing commercial farming. But Right Honorable Speaker, through you, I wanted to interest the agriculture sector in the issue of food security. Right Honorable Speaker, outside there, the public has mixed perception in relation to commercial agriculture. They assume everything produced must be sold. And the people are harvesting, are selling agricultural output in the garden before even harvest. As leaders, colleagues, we need to explain, we need to ensure food security in our constituents, because by September, as I talk now, people are struggling to have 1 meal a day outside there, up country. Right Honorable Speaker, what also caught my ear during the presidential address was the presidential pledge to continue supporting schools, that is universal primary education and universal secondary education. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we are experiencing challenges in our areas of jurisdiction. Some of the faith-founded schools, secondary schools, had a meeting in the State House, and I believe the Minister of Education was participated, where they agreed that
Thank you. Honorable Robin Arakojo, then Engineer Zado, then Honorable Maseruka, and Honorable Yagarachi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to congratulate you. I've spoken before, but I hadn't said it, but I genuinely congratulate you upon your reappointment. I want to support the motion for a resolution of Parliament to express gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to Parliament that was given on the 4th of June. In my constituency, we have part of the national herd, which really is contained in the cattle corridor and in other areas. We are threatened by foot and mouth disease. I have time and again pleaded that the cost of the vaccine should be reduced so that people are encouraged to vaccinate their cows. If anything, actually, if it were reduced, there should be a forced exercise of everybody doing it. Because right now, only those who can afford do it, and then those who can't afford don't do it, and there's no use in, you'll find the cows will still get sick. You need to eliminate it as a whole. So that's what I would request for. However, we also need water, and I pray that we get excavators in that area so that we can dig more valley dams. I pray that we get water bowsers so that we can have water got from the existing dams and taken to people's dams. And I hope that the vaccine, the anti-tick vaccine, the exercise can be spread. I also I want to thank the President for the agro-industrialization venture in Chisozi, the beef and beans factory. We will still need these cows there. So if these measures I've talked about can be put in place, it will help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Robin, I just wanted us to be together, especially on the issue of FMD vaccine. You remember in the last parliament how we debated this issue so much. And that time, the challenge, Honorable Minister, was that there was no sufficient supply. Government didn't have money to buy enough. Then we proposed here in the House. We said, no, you have people who can afford. People have their cows, they can afford, but government, you're saying, no, you cannot buy it yourself. It has to be government controlled. So we agreed with the, I remember it was a long debate here. I chaired that debate. And we said, government should contribute, we also contribute. So now I don't know how we are going to handle the issue of those who are not able to afford at all, okay? Or those who are constrained, because you see you can have a product, but you're constrained, in economics what we call constrained demand. You're constrained by the price. So I don't know, Honorable Robina, the challenge you're facing, and how we can handle that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There are people who can afford, although it's a strain on them. But honestly, there are those who can't. Because, you know, you're buying your own vaccines, you're buying your own acaricide and all that, and many times people find fake products on the market. So you find that there's a lot that gets out in terms of what you put in. People are now also feeding their cows because they come up with silage, with hay and all that. So not all farmers are at par. There are some who are better off than others and could afford, but many of them cannot.
Okay.
And so it's uneven.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will propose for the Minister of Agriculture to meet with MPs from the cattle corridor. Even as Wachig, of course, we have cows, but you find I have one. And Honorable Kafuz has 1,000. So Kafuz will represent me in covering 1,000. Honorable Doug and people who own, you know. I think, Honorable Minister, you do it that way. You meet with the cattle corridor MPs. You look at their unique issues in relation especially to the issue of FMD, and you know, sending to just committees. I've said cattle corridor, if you have cows, you will be known. Otherwise, even Bachiga have cows. Honor Minister, you wanted to say, Honor Pachuto, you have fish on your side. I came over. You only brought me issues of fishing. You never brought issues of cows. Maybe let's listen to Honor Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Honor Minister, just a minute. Honor Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you that you've taken up this matter and you're asking the minister to address it. But I think limiting it to the MPs from cattle corridors only is not very much welcome. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, the President is encouraging us to go into an economy. The Ministry of Agriculture is not just about crop production. It's about animal production. It's about fisheries. The government over the years has been supplying seeds. It has been giving Ugandans hose. So let them also support the people in animal production and fisheries as well.
Pachuto, don't divert me. You were here when we had this debate. You see, when FMD comes, they don't allow movement of cattle anywhere. You will find you will not have any beef in this country. You will start importing from Brazil. You will have no milk. You will have a crisis. Okay? I don't know any disease that can support, that can stop sale of fish. I've not had one that, you know. So what I'm talking about is, it's a very unique situation. But that has not stopped us from having interventions for other areas. We've been here. We've been very fair. And this catches Karamoja, it goes Teso. It's only the Wachiga who are disenfranchised in this area, but the rest seem to be having. So Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I take in what the Honorable from Gomba has just raised, but we came to this floor and we agreed at that time when we were really faced with this challenge of foot and mouth disease, and the entire House agreed that we should do what we call cost sharing. And this is what Cabinet advised, and for heaven's sake, most of these farmers have been complaining that we've not maybe sensitized them, because the cost sharing, a farmer is supposed to pay only 8,000 per dose, and that is 20% of the cost per cow. You pay 8,000 and 80% of the cost is handled by government. Though we're talk to the same in requesting them to come to Uganda and set up a factory, and so far the progress is not bad. So Honorable Robina, we shall engage you and also maybe come down and sensitize most of these farmers. I come from the cattle corridor myself, and most of those farmers are really able to pay the 8,000. The issue is only sensitization. Thank you, we shall come down, and government has already made another position that most of the interventions we shall be doing cost sharing. And I think we need to prepare our masses that cost sharing is now the way to go in most of these interventions. Even the seedlings, I heard someone talking about that. We came here and agreed that money, we should stop giving out free seedlings, and we go into PDM. So all the money that we used to get all these planting materials, we decided now
to take the money to PDM. And I'm happy His Excellency the President has also increased the PDM money from 100 to 200. So members, we need to sensitize our masses and update them on most of these government interventions. Thank you.
Now, but Honorable Desire, on issues where you're denying us money, you give us information. On those where you wanted money, you said I can't give any. But that, thank you. You see, we are people's representatives. We keep gathering new views and sharing with you. So let's work together. I'm sure we shall have to find a way out of this. Thank you. Engineer Zadok. And then Honorable Maseruka. Now, Honorable Ministers, I will request you and I want to thank those who are here. But Right Honorable Leader of Government Business, yes, if possible, if there are ministers who can also join, because what we've been doing, members raise pertinent issues. So before we close every session, we usually give ministers who are here a chance to respond to issues. For example, Honorable Sekabira raised critical issues on health. I hope Honorable Yume, I've had issues of education, you know. Minister of Finance, for your general, we need money. That's what we need from you mostly. So I request you be patient here. At the end, I'll give you a chance. You respond to some of the issues that are to do with your sectors. Thank you. Yes, Engineer Zadok.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mutekanga Zadok is my name, and I'm a member of Parliament for Uweju County. I attended SONA for the first time as a member of Parliament, and I was impressed by a number of issues raised by the President, and one of them was the mobilization skills he used to mobilize his people from nomadism to the money economy. And that one made me recall of a few people from my area, Karung Sub-County, who managed and mobilized and built a school using poles and mud. And later that school was taken up by the government as a seed school, and nothing has been added on. It is just a seed school.
As a seed school or a government-aided school?
A seed school.
Seed school.
It started as a private,
yeah,
and it ended up in the government as a seed school.
No,
but it has never been built into the status of.
Just let me make it very easy for you. A seed school, the government plants a seed, meaning there was nothing. Okay? So those are government-aided schools. So seed school, we give you a new school, and the budget passes here, and the project is, everything is always here. Okay? So it should be government-aided, but you can cross-check tomorrow, and please you get back. But our record, I'm just giving this for the record. But nevertheless, they should be helped and supported since it's a government school. You can go on, you still have your...
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Because as I speak, those poles and the mud are falling on students, and the government has done nothing much on helping those students. Secondly, Buweju is one of the districts that helped our freedom fighters by then in training and feeding and so on. Buweju is one of the districts with a number of tourism sites. Buweju is one of the districts with gold mines, but Buweju is one of the districts that has never had a chance of seeing a Tamaka road. Buweju is one of the districts that electricity covers around 20%, 80% is in darkness, and some of us, even we saw electricity after coming this side, so we need really a help for those people to see electricity. And lastly, it is also unfortunate that the people of Buweju in most areas, they are not covered by network. And when we talk of the money economy, in most cases here, things are done by internet and so on. But without network, I don't think that we can do much. So our prayer is that we can be helped with good roads, network, and schools, so that we can also move with the rest of the country. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Maseruka Robert, followed by Honorable Yagarachi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would love to also make a comment. For purposes of record, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm the Shadow Minister for Youth and Children Affairs. I would love to respond on the State of the National Address, specifically focusing on the glaring structural omissions regarding the primary stakeholders of this country, who are the youth. Mr. Speaker, the President declared a definitive mantra of no more sleep, rightfully condemned the cancer of corruption, yet when it comes to the youth, the prescriptions are unclear. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest percentage of this country are youth, covering over 75%. But 51% of the youths of this country are under a format called the NEET. They are not employed, not educated, and not trained. And we feel the President needed to comment of if we are to compete globally and internationally, how are we going to help the youth, rather than giving them political cushions, getting those that are in the ghettos and giving them some little money here and there, and musicians. Right Honorable Speaker, we feel as youths of this country that the President never mentioned anything relating to us. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are to have no more sleep, this government must wake up to the structural crises facing the youth. We do not just need administrative funds injected into localized political structures. For example, the Myoga, Muvubuka, Werwaneko, and so on. We need aggressive policies for youth land leasing frameworks. Our youth do not want tokenism and scrums. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm passionate about speaking about the President's speech because I have been one. I know what it means. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, you see that you don't know, but I've been Girudi President of Makerere University. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are talking in Makerere, just like I've been there, that Makerere University is Uganda summarized. So when I give hope, we have our people of Mpunge sub-county. It is one of the sub-counties of Metropolitan. Since the creation of Adam and Eve, people, they have never seen light. We have our people in Ikome.
Colleagues, I think if we could follow protocol, the President deserves another minute. He is not at your level. He should speak for 4 minutes. Another minute for the President.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have islands of Kome and Damba. Right Honorable Speaker, the situation at those islands, the military and how they are treated, when people are taking their land, they needed to hear hope from the President. They needed to hear words of encouragement because their land is being taken, they can no longer fish. We have had an issue of the breeding area. Someone comes and says, all here is breeding area. No one is allowed to fish. That is the hope. That is the speech. That is the background to which we stand here. We feel the President needed to communicate to these hearts. Students can no longer have prep time, as you know, because they are studying from Mpunge, there is no light. The economy closes at 6 p.m. in the evening. Something needs to be done. We stand here, Right Honorable Speaker, and call upon the President to take care about the youths and also make sure we take this country, inject what is required as far as service delivery is concerned. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, but colleagues, sometimes I'm stuck. A president is calling upon another president. So I think some of the issues are presidential. they'll be handled at your level. Honorable Agarachi, then Honorable Alobo Joan. Colleagues, I'm picking some few members also from the opposition because I have to balance. I'm on opposition side, then I do independent. So.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the matters of records, I am Ayagalachi Jamal. I'm the Shadow Minister, Water and Environment. Honorable Speaker, I also associate my presentation, the presentation of the leader of the opposition. I acknowledge the President's continued emphasis on wetland protection and his directive to authorities to enforce laws against wetland encroachment and restore degraded ecosystem. However, Right Honorable Speaker, while enforcement is necessary, it must be accompanied by proper planning, community engagement, and sustainable alternative for for affected people whose livelihood depend on these resources. Right Honorable Speaker, while government has a constitutional duty under Article 237, Clause 2B, to protect wetlands and natural resources, this responsibility must also respect citizens' rights and livelihood as provided under Article 26 of the Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, wetland protection should not only focus on eviction and enforcement, but also on awareness, restoration, proper management, and supporting communities in transition onto sustainable livelihoods. And I therefore call upon government to strengthen climate adoption through irrigation, disaster preparedness, and climate smart agriculture. I also ensure government should ensure environmental laws are applied fairly, transparently, but Right Honorable Speaker, what we are witnessing right now in the wetlands is not environmental protection. It is cruelty. You find a mother's mother water house is demolished in 24 hours, Right Honorable Speaker. And our family becomes homeless. Yet in the same wetland, you find Starbucks station remain with government protection and consent. Right Honorable Speaker, protecting our environment must go hand in hand with protecting our people. Conservation will succeed when citizens are treated as partners in safeguarding our natural resources. Right.
You are not a president.
Honorable Speaker,
Susan Arobo, please, you're not, you know, maybe Honor Maseruka can take you through the hurdles of becoming a president.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the President for his state of address, the nation address, but I also want to bring on an issue that the President did not really give us hope as a country because of the many failed promises, and that has been mentioned for the last 10, 15 years, same things. But particularly on the issue of health, the President spoke passionately about the regional referral hospitals, and in terms of equipping them and ensuring that their infrastructure is purely fine. Now that the Minister of Health is here today, Right Honorable Speaker, we have raised the issue of Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, where we do not have a theater that is functioning. We do not have infrastructure for the male and the female. They are sharing one ward. There is no ward for the casualties. There is completely nothing in Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. It's more of a mortuary than a hospital. I would request that you as the Speaker request or order the Minister of Health to come with a comprehensive report of how they are planning to refurbish or rehabilitate Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, since they had said JICA had accepted to put a whole new face for Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. There is a lot missing. Right Honorable Speaker, the President also spoke passionately about boosting the economy of this country. But when we look at the boosting issue, the boosting as one of the boosters which can solve many issues like unemployment and many others. Soroti City has a full industrial park which is fully occupied, but there is no industry. Can we take it up and take into action that, so we get into Soroti and find out who is occupying this land at the industrial park, and yet there is no industry being, there's no investor that is showing up like coming to build any other industry. Right Honorable Speaker, Soroti City is one of the cities in this country that should be boosted. As a physical planner, I feel the President and government needs to put priority on these 10 cities that were created in order to boost our economy. This will even help our country and Kampala city to be decongested if we ensure that these other 10 cities work very hard to ensure that many other activities take place.
Thank you. Nangor Umar, Honorable Nangor Umar. The independence, yes, I will request, let me just request Honorable Kumi Christine, you get for me list of the independents so that it helps me to balance very well. Because I have 6 who spoke from NRM. Listen, colleagues, listen. 6 NRM spoke, okay? I have picked 3 opposition. Now I want to pick independents. Then I go back to NRM, then I go back to opposition. And back to No, NRMs are supposed to sit this side. No, I see a lot of space this side. Yeah. Yeah. No, no, but mainly, colleagues, I was speaking from lists which are provided by the whips. Okay? Yeah. Now, you're making the opposition side look full and the NRM side empty. So go your side. Each one should go and balance their side. But by the way, you can even declare that you have crossed the floor, so you've resigned your seat. Yes. Please, Honorable Umar.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity.
The independents who want to speak, please register. I can see your list. Yeah.
I want to take this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to congratulate you upon reassuming that chair of Deputy Speaker of the 12th Parliament. My name is Nangoli Umar, the Member of Parliament representing the people of Northern Division in Bali City. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened to the President very attentively, and the State of the Nation address was well articulated. He mentioned the many sectors, but I singled out the sector of health. Right Honorable Speaker, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital is one of the most congested referral hospitals in this country. In 2015, the hospital board started a complex, a multi-purpose complex to cater for emergency department, ENT, neonatal ward, and special outpatients clinic. Right Honorable Speaker, this well-intended project has not gone on as planned because of meager resources. Right Honorable Speaker, this project has been running on a fraction of the 14 billion Hospital Capital Development Fund that is allocated by the ministry. However, only 500 million is allocated to cater for this
complex. The outstanding amount required to complete this complex is around 26 billion. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Ministry of Health comes up to take up this project so that it can be completed in time to serve the purpose for which it was intended. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Koboko? Honorable Nesmas, you are an independent? You're NRM? Yes, I remember in tennis parliament you were an independent, so you used to sit that side. Now things changed, you should be here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues and appreciate the President for the State of the Nation. And I would like to appreciate him so much for touching on PDM. PDM has really helped my... And however, I have some challenges. Some of my parishes are bigger than the whole district. Some of my parishes are bigger than Dr. Charles Ayume's wards in municipality. His constituency is smaller than some of my parishes. Some of my parishes, beneficiaries of PDM, are suffering. They are waiting for 3 years or 4, 5. Some have not even received. They are waiting to die before they will receive. So I'll plead with the ministry to please assist me and my people in the creation of some new administrative units so that some of my sub-counties, like my parishes like Nyambiri, Aipe, Pamodo, will be able to equally benefit from PDM. Secondly, I would like to appreciate the President so much for advocating for West Nilers to grow other cash crops rather than tobacco. As we are trying to implement and introduce cocoa and coffee more into West Nile, especially Koboko, our cash crop and another crop we are still majorly relying on is tobacco. Right, Honorable Speaker, my tobacco farmers are dying. The price cuts, the way tobacco farmers are handled is not okay. The tobacco farmers of Koboko, last week I had a meeting with them and they are crying, they're in tears. Tobacco is one of those crops that require a lot of energy to grow. But a kilo, right now, the way they are, the only company in which our farmers are selling tobacco to, we only have one currently in the whole West Nile region. And the price cuts are beyond. A kilo of tobacco is sold at 3,900. You will farm over how many kgs and they will cut it and give you anything that they feel like. Right, Honorable Speaker, please, my people are suffering. It's still the only crop that they have. I'll ask the minister to please, the Minister of Agriculture, to intervene on the behalf of West Nilers and people of Koboko to see that the tobacco farmers have some justice to the prices.
Thank you. Honorable Kori, you need to have a honest discussion with the Minister for Agriculture on whether tobacco will transform your people, the lives of your people. That's a honest discussion you need to have. General Ashande. Then Okoya John. General Ashande, then Okoya John. General Ashande first. Honorable. Okay, Okoya John, you can go ahead. General Ashande can be seated at the front bench. He deserves it. He's our elder and a freedom fighter. So he deserves that front bench. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, for record purposes, my name is Okoye John Calvin, representing the people of Chua East in Kitgum District. I thank His Excellency the President for delivering a comprehensive State of Nation address outlining Uganda's progress in economic transformation, infrastructure, security, and service delivery. I support this vision. However, I wish to highlight the pressing challenges facing the people of Chua East constituency in Kitgum district. First, the escalating human-wildlife conflict has become a humanitarian crisis. In the last 1 month, Honorable Speaker, we lost 4 people to the animals from the park. Families are living in fear. Children cannot go to school, and farmers are abandoning their gardens. While conservation is important, it must not come at the expense of human life. I also appeal to government to review the current compassion support of 2.5 million provided to families that lose loved ones to wildlife. This support is inadequate. The devastating loss suffered. Government should strengthen preventive measures, including electric fencing, rapid response team, while providing fair and dignified support to affected families. Secondly, community land in Chua East is under increased threat from the expansion and enforcement of wildlife conservation. Communities that have occupied that land for generations deserve protection under the law. I call upon government to safeguard customary land rights, ensure transparent boundary demarcation, and prevent the unlawful displacement of our people. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, the prolonged drought continues to undermine food security and household income. While many bright students from poor families remain unable to access university education because of financial constraints. Honorable Speaker, as we implement the President's vision, let us ensure that the people of Chua are not left behind. Protecting lives, securing community land, investing in climate resilience, and expanding educational opportunities are essential in achieving inclusive national development. I beg to submit.
Thank you. General Rashande.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Brigadier General Retired Emmanuel Rashande, a Member of Parliament representing the people of Remiaga constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity, as it is my first time, to congratulate you for attaining that seat. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Remiaga constituency, I raise to extend my sincere appreciation to His Excellency for fulfilling his constitutional duty of addressing the Parliament and the nation. On his speech, he mentioned, he talked about service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, service delivery contributes to human security. Right Honorable Speaker, Remiaga constituency is a unique area with poor service delivery records, which needs a special handling. For example, in education sector, I have already written to the Ministry of Education. We don't have any seed secondary school in all 5 sub-counties as education sector policy on only 2 religious secondary schools that were originated from the churches. So for that matter, we request that we are also upgraded to be to the level of other districts so that you can have the same education levels. 2, health sector. Remiaga constituency experiences the most challenging situation with the poor health services, whereby we don't have a district hospital referral. These are all done in Masaka district, crossing 5 districts to reach a referral hospital. We therefore request that we should have a regional referral hospital at our district so that we can solve our security issues on the district, security issues. We still have 2 health centers in 2 sub-counties where we are supposed to have 3 health center series in our sub-counties. So we also request that we should be helped to come to the level of other districts. This is what I would request for the services, because it contributes a lot to the security of our people. And I end here for meantime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Honorable Porot Christine, Honorable Joy Harriet.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I rise up to second the motion on the precise address by the President about Uganda as a nation. Mr. Speaker, in the address of the President, he talked about development of infrastructure as a means towards social economic transformation. When I bring in the aspect of the development of the roads sector, Mr. Speaker, we have one of the new programs, that is the low-cost ceiling project. Mr. Speaker, in my district, we have that project. And it is a project that is meant to improve the maram status of the roads. But what happens is that when government spends a lot of money, more than 300 million for a 1 kilometer road, you find that road being worked on, but in less than a year, the road is already developing potholes. So in such a case, we don't realize value for money. We also end up not realizing the dream of the President to change this economy. Mr. Speaker, still along the line of infrastructure, when we look at power, I am blessed to have the Minister of State for Energy as a member of Parliament for Kumi County. But when I look at my district, Kumi, I am not benefiting from that provision of the State Minister. The entire Kanyumu County, Mr. Speaker, the last 5 years, we've not had any development in terms of connections, in terms of progress from the grain millers. And now the voters are handling us terribly. They're actually saying, how are we benefiting? So, as we are here deliberating about the progress and development of Uganda and referring it to the dream of the President, some of the deliberations we make here should be put into action, because it will not be worthwhile having every year a State of Nation address, and yet we are not moving on. Mr. Speaker, even when I quote now one of the statements made about connecting power to schools, I also wanted to find out whether there is a provision to include private schools in this connection, because the schools are private, but the children are not private. So that as we talk about development across the education sector, the private schools can be given conditions or terms that they...
Thank you, Honorable Joy Harriet.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of my colleagues in appreciating His Excellency the President for his visionary leadership and stewardship he has provided for this country. The President stated that the country's economy has expanded 17 times in the last 40 years. Last 40 years in terms of expansion, diversification, value addition, entering into knowledge economy and transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, last month I raised an issue here on the MVA ferry, Sinyanya Obongi. As I talk now, Laropi ferry is to go under maintenance for around 2 weeks, meaning all the traffic flow will be diverted to be passing through Sinyanya Obongi ferry. And this is a ferry of the 4 engines, it has only 2 engines. The traffic flow passengers will increase from 250 to over 400. The vehicles number will increase from 48 to over 70. This is a potential risk to the citizen of this country. It's my humble appeal to the Ministry of Works that at least the engine of that ferry has to be put right in order not to put the life of the people at risk. The second point is, Right Honorable Speaker, Obongi District, the President ably said that this is one of the prevailing factors that has enabled us to achieve the economy where we are. But when you look at Obongi, Obongi has been having issues of conflict, which is not war, guns, but border conflict with a neighboring district, Yumbe, for over 15 years. This is a time bomb. People cannot go to farm in their lands freely. You cannot sleep in peace. Even the recent census that was conducted, it was conducted under tight security. It's my humble appeal to the government that the government has to pronounce itself to have these border issues solved once and for all. Many correspondences were made, but the issue keeps on occurring. It's my prayer that we need to have peace prevailing, sanity prevailing in Obongi. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, Obongi Health Center 4 is serving as a hospital right now, but half of the hospital has been covered by the road that is being constructed from Kulikulinga, Obongi to Sinyanya. And when you look at this hospital, they are using now pediatric beds for the patients, for the adults. The mortuary has a beautiful refrigerator but cannot function. They are using the mortuary as a store. It's my humble appeal to the government that Obongi Health Center 4 has to be upgraded. We have the land.
Thank you, Honorable Tumasja Anthony, Honorable Drito.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Anthony Tumwesje. I represent the people of Isinjiro West constituency, and this is my maiden speech. I rise here to appreciate the President for his tacit strategy of moving the lowest, biggest population of this country from being consumptive producers and being moved to the money economy. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm impressed by the connect that the President is making between the people who produce for consumption and those who are industrialists who produce for commercial purposes. The President is aware that there must be enough domestic market, and for this domestic market to be there, the people who produce for consumption must get upgraded to have disposable income in order to be the market for what is produced for sale, the industrialists. And we have to remember that it is from the industrialists that the economy, the government gets taxes with which it utilizes to provide goods and services. Right Honorable Speaker, the President was emphatic on, if possible, it is realized that the money for PDM is not enough, then he has to put there more money so that these people can get working capital. Some of them, majority, have land, but working capital for the local person has been a problem. And even when this local person gets working capital, with climate change, honorable members, we realize that we don't have enough rains. The President now comes up with irrigation. The irrigation system, we passed some money here, and there are some irrigation systems which are already ongoing. In my constituency, there is an irrigation system which is multi-billion. It is being implemented, but there are challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, that in the process of laying the pipes and making excavations, the problem that we are solving is going to create yet another big problem. Our road from Chikagate to Mbarara via Muizi has been graded, but the excavations which are being made to install the pipes have created a much bigger problem than the problem that has been solved, especially when the rains come down. So through you, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that there be an interministerial intervention, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Water, to make sure that this road does not become a bigger problem when the rains come. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Drito. Be followed by Honorable Lilian Paparu.
My name is Drito Martin Andy, and I represent the people of Upper Madi in Madiokolo district. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to appreciate the State of Nation address of the President on behalf of the people of Upper Madi. At the same time, I wish to congratulate you, Right Honorable, for retaining your seat. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in the State of Nation address, the President clearly elaborated on the diversification of our economy. The President hinted on two things: ATM, agriculture, tourism, and minerals. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture preoccupies the bigger majority of the citizens of this country. And in introducing agriculture and influencing the well-being of the citizens of this country, money has to be put in the pockets in what people produce. The most prominent commodity we have in agriculture today is coffee. Coffee rakes in $2.4 billion into our coffers every year and accounts for 18.3% of our export earnings. Mr. Speaker, I was very disturbed to learn from Uganda Coffee Development Authority on the 30th of last month that there is no budget for coffee seedlings. The coffee seedlings that is available is with Naro, and yet Naro is not mandated to distribute coffee seedlings. The Minister of State for Agriculture has just said that they are going for cost sharing. Right Honorable Speaker, the people have been excited in the growth of coffee. In my constituency, in the greater part of West Nile, a lot of people have prepared their grounds expecting coffee seedlings. I would implore this House, Right Honorable Speaker, to intervene and make sure that there's a provision for coffee seedlings. If the policy is going to be changed, the policy could be changed at a later stage, but not handling the citizens at ransom. In the Coffee Development Authority, I found there are over 30 honorable members of parliament in this House.
Thank you. Paparu, Lilian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to support the motion that was moved by the Prime Minister in line with the State of Nation addressed by the President. Right Honorable Speaker, the President elaborated that the health infrastructure of this country has improved, even the life expectancy. In line with that, there was a policy where all the health center 2s were to be upgraded to health center 3s, so that the services provided by the health center 3s are better. I'm from Arua district, Right Honorable Speaker. We don't have a district hospital. We have a health center 4, which was recently upgraded, but this is a health center which cannot even provide or they cannot even do basic cesarean process in a health center 4 within a district. So I am requesting the ministry to rethink this policy and assess the capacities of these health centers, so that when we say there's a health center 3, it meets the minimum standards. When there's a health center 4, it also meets the minimum standards. The President said that Ugandans should all be in the money economy. And one of the methods was to skill, vocational skilling for the youth. And there was a policy also that vocational training centers should be established across sub-counties. Arua district does not even have one for a district. So I want to implore the Ministry of Education. There was a Good TVET Act that was being made in 11th Parliament with very good recommendations and framework. Could you look into that so that when we reach the budgeting processes, You see the districts that are affected, the sub-counties that are affected, so that we appropriate resources appropriately, so that our youths can get skilled and get into the money economy. For emphasis, Right Honorable Speaker, on PDM, I have parishes that have 19 villages, but I also have parishes with the 2 villages. They are receiving the same amount of money for PDM. We have been crying over this. Can the ministry rethink these monies to the parishes? Some parishes are too big, for sure. I have parishes with 2 villages. They are now rounding. The mother has got, the father has got, the youth has got, but the one where there are 19 villages, some villages have only 2 maybe beneficiaries.
Thank you, Stephen Besisra, Naziwa Margaret. Then Ayo Phoebe. Colleagues, you will forgive me when you're doing this job. You balance many things. You balance both sides. You balance regions. You balance sex. You balance, beauty. You balance. Now, who of you doubts themselves that they are not? All of you are beautiful, but we have grades, so I try to balance. Yeah, then sometimes depending on the mood, I even balance smiles. Yeah, so you're Honorable Sister.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't know from the description in which perspective you chose me.
You man, you have your chance. Better
Thank
use
you.
it.
Colleagues, I raise to support the motion and wish to add my voice in thanking the President for his proper diagnosis of our country's challenges and the right prescription of medicine to the country's challenges. I also wish to thank the President for his lifelong service to our country as summarized in the State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the President and the NRM government on the improved road network to most border points in the country. On this, Right Honorable Speaker, I request to add, with increased investment in roads and related infrastructure, it has come to a time where the quality of many roads has come in question. We are seeing many roads giving way immediately the contractors hand over. A case in a point, we have one of the roads, Hoima-Kavoya, already developing potholes, yet it was recently handed over. Recently, I was in the east, a road going to Ruahaha somewhere. It has potholes, yet it was recently commissioned. Lastly, on this point, the President called on Parliament to raise the voice on the amounts of money allocated to districts for roads maintenance. There was a colleague here who raised a point on the amount of 1 billion given to each district. Like the President commonly says, I think this needs some kivaro. There are districts that are really very big, but they receive the same amounts of money. The same explanation the woman MP Arua was raising on the issue of PDM. A lot of these government services require a kibaro where distribution should be based on constant factors like size as opposed to just name. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the President for his foresight and leadership that saw Uganda discover oil in Uganda.
Thank you. I had already picked, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Honorable Naziwa Margaret.
Right, Honorable Speaker. For record, I am Naziwa Margaret Rujumba, the woman MP representing Kagadi District. I rise to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President for the comprehensive State of the Nation address delivered to this August House. The address explained the government's policy, direction, achievements, priorities, strategic interventions for government's development. Right, Honorable Speaker, improving access to health care was one of the priorities in the address. However, as people of Kagadi, we pray that our district hospital is given immediate attention. It is urgently needs rehabilitation and infrastructure upgrade. Most buildings have cracks and the roofs are leaking, including the wards and staff houses. We also pray that the government speeds up the implementation of upgrades on Health Center 4s in Buyaga West and Buyaga East as the government policy whereby every constituency at least is supposed to have a Health Center 4. But for Kagadi District, we don't have any. Also, we also pray for more Health Center 3s because currently, out of 35 sub-counties, Right Honorable Speaker, Kagadi District has 35 sub-counties, but we only have 13 Health Center 4s. Sorry, Health Center 3s. Out of 35 sub-counties, we only have 13 Health Center 3s. Others are only Health Center 2s. So that it can help to reduce on overcrowding at the General Hospital. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I had picked Ayo Phoebe. Will be followed by Owino Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to join my colleagues in commending our President for the wise and elaborate State of the Nation address that he presented. I will not add now on infrastructure because many of my colleagues have already spoken about it. Right Honorable Speaker and members, one of the things that the President really elaborated upon is the issue of leadership and performance. And he talked elaborately about corruption, non-performance, and administrative idleness by public servants. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me commend you and the administration of Parliament, the entire leadership of Parliament, for the orientation and induction that you gave to us, the members of Parliament. We cannot achieve high-performing leadership without capacity building. So I commend the leadership of Parliament for the induction and orientation given to us. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we know that with this decentralization, this does not end with us. We have a number of layers of leaders. Leaders at the district level, leaders at the sub-county levels, and now we also have the recently elected LC1s. For us to achieve high performance as desired by the President, we need capacity building for all this level of leadership. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I am calling upon the Ministry of Local Government, together with the Ministry of Finance, to have systematic and cost-effective capacity building for leaders at the different local governments and the lower local governments. Unless we do that, many problems will not be solved. I was a councillor in the 11th council, and we kept.
Sorry. Now, honorable colleagues, please, if you know that you have already spoken about state of the nation, okay? Because some of you standing and you know yourselves, I have the list here. Can I request that you sit if you have spoken on the state of the nation? Honorable Nesmas, you have not spoken. You have spoken. No, I have it here. I have my record. Yes, please. I will cross-check tomorrow, clerk. Get me the answer where Honorable Nesma spoke, because I have the record from. Okay. No, state of the nation. If you spoke something else in state of the nation, you spoke in state of the nation. Okay. Kapiagon Brian. So I'm checking. I have the list here. You sent me a sheet that you want to speak on SONA, but you've already spoken. So state of the nation, I request colleagues, if you know you've spoken. In fact, I'm going to make a ruling, clerk. If any members submits on state of the nation when they had already submitted, okay, you expunge their record. It goes on record. Yes, you expunge so that you don't give us a hard time. So I had, so I need Honorable Itungu Sarah, okay? Honorable, I had picked Owino Nicholas. Then should be followed by Honorable Itungu Sarah. Honorable Mayanja Moses for now. Then I pick Honorable Ismail Kasuri. But honorable colleagues, tomorrow we are going to spend more time on the state of the nation. We shall start with state of the nation. Clerk, please ensure the order paper does not give me, we don't put many items, so that we do a lot on state of the nation tomorrow.
Right Honorable Speaker, Owino Nicholas Simon is my name, representing the people of Tororo North County. Allow me to congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni upon the overwhelming mandate entrusted to him by the Ugandans. And also congratulations, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank His Excellency for reminding us the history of Uganda, starting from a $3.9 billion economy in 1986 to over 69 that we have right now, and also looking forward to the $500 billion economy by 2040. I want to thank him once again for enabling the peace and security that we enjoy. I wouldn't be a member of parliament because I'm born of the revolution in this very government. So I want to thank His Excellency and the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the President reminded us that the nomads that he taught are now producing billions of liters of milk. And it didn't start with giving them money, it started with mindset change. So I believe that our transformation is actually very eminent if we started with the mindset change, and it is very possible. Right Honorable Speaker, to align with the 10-fold growth program, my constituency of Tororo North needs affirmative action. I have 2 cement factories that are now overwhelming my health center 4 called Mukuju. The population there has grown and it is a health center 4. I would really request government to push it to health center, district status, and lift Tororo district hospital to a regional, because it is handling even matters of Busia, Butaleja, and all that. Right Honorable Speakers, I also look to seek support for my 7 sub-counties. We have only 3 secondary schools. We have some community schools. One is in Akadot. If government can aid that, it will be a starting point. Another one is in Apetai sub-county. There is one called St. Peter's. It will be a starting point.
Yes, Honorable Itungu Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Itungu Masereka, the woman MP Kasese District. I stand to support the motion as raised by the Prime Minister to thank the President for delivering the State of the Nation address. Firstly, I would like to thank the President for the policy direction, emphasizing infrastructure, service, and then peace and security. On peace and security, I submit to thank the President for the prevailing peace in the Rwenzori region, specifically putting the Mountain Brigade, and this has supported trade in the Rwenzori region. Secondly, I would love to thank the President for highlighting the district of Kasese as one of the best performers for the PDM. And I also pledge as a national leader to support his cause to ensure that people utilize the resources well. However, we still have sub-parishes in my district. Given that I have 44 sub-counties, there are some parishes that are as large as some districts in some areas of Uganda. So I would request that these large parishes be reconsidered. In regard to infrastructure, the President highlighted that infrastructure is a key driver of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention that Kasese hosts an annual internationally certified marathon with prestigious World Athletic Label road race, the Rwenzori Marathon. This Rwenzori Marathon attracts over 6,000 local and international guests annually, coupled with 24,000 guests that come to Queen Elizabeth, 19,000 that go to Chilare, and 6,000 that go to Mount Rwenzori National Park. Last year, we hosted the Speaker of Kenya, some commentators from BBC, and we hosted 3 tycoons who sealed off some hotels in Rubirizi and Kasese districts. We have tried to improve some amenities to attract more tourists to Kasese. However, we still have a gap. And this gap is the Kasese airfield, to be elevated into an airport. Yesterday, I was talking to the proprietor of the Rwenzori Marathon, Amos Wekesa, and he told me we shall have to hire a forklift from Nairobi to bring some guests to the Kasese airfield. So we need this airfield to be elevated into an airport because it connects Congo. All the people that visit, that go to Rubirizi, they come through Kasese. Those that go to Chihihi, they come through Kasese.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Right Speaker. My name is Moses Mayanja. I represent the people of Busiro North in Wakiso District. I want to join my colleagues to thank the President for the State of the Nation address on 4th June this year, and also thank him for his program to eradicate poverty since 1986. That is Intandikwa, NADS, Operation Wealth Creation, and now PDM and others. This has transformed our people, especially my constituency of Silo North, but also our communities. I also want to thank the President. He mentioned about the critical roads that were constructed over the time. But I want to thank the President for these particular roads in Wakiso district that were commissioned in 2020 during the campaigns. That is Entebbe, Busabala Road, Chira, Matuga Road, and also that one from Wamala, Nakaukamaya, that was commissioned by the Prime Minister. Those roads are ongoing. But there is this critical road that was commissioned by the Minister Katumba Wamala in 2021, Kachiri Masulita Mawale Road. And the scope of work was earthworks, stabilization of the soil, drainage, and bitumus. And it is 23.1 kilometers. It was supposed to be done within 12 months. The 3 were done in 3 years. As I speak now, the road was abandoned and it's worse state than it was. But these other roads that have been commissioned recently, like the Sentema Road, it's almost being finished, but that one is stuck. Money was spent, the contractor was Continental, they disappeared. But I wish, through you, Speaker, the intervention of the Minister of Works to assess the progress of this road. But I also wish to extend this road from Kachiri to First Division, because it's just near. That place from Kachiri stage to...
Thank you, Chief Whip of Ant, followed by Honorable Teddy Namboze.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And actually, on the record, I also want to put that I'm the Shadow Minister of Trade and Industry. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to look like the others who are coming here to thank the President and again complain about the poor service delivery that is happening in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to speak about the parish development model, which I believe the President did not fully address in his address of the nation. Right Honorable Speaker, while the President spoke about the successes of the PDM, he left out the real struggles happening on the ground. The biggest issue is the clash between giving out this money and how authorities manage local markets. Right Honorable Speaker, in Hoima City, for example, many roadside market vendors, mostly poor women selling agriculture, food items, received their PDM money to grow their businesses. But soon after, city enforcement officers came and destroyed their stores and confiscated their goods to clear the streets. This shows very poor planning, Great Honorable Speaker. Those traders are now being chased away from their workplaces on a daily basis, yet we still expect them to pay back the PDM money. How can we say the PDM is working when the government gives the money with one hand and then destroys their businesses with another hand? Right Honorable Speaker, if we want to protect public funds and actually help our poor people those running the PDM must sit down with local authorities. We cannot keep giving out money without providing gazetted places of work. Right Honorable Speaker, like some of us who come from these cities, the only economic activity our people do is to go into those markets and the roadside markets that are provided by government, but which are being destroyed by enforcement officers and letting our people unemployed, letting our people jobless, but now to start running for after failing to pay the parish development money and being arrested by the RDCs and the what. So, Right Honorable Speaker, The Minister of Sports is here. He has encouraged us, more especially the people who come from these districts which are going to host the AFCON 2027, to organize our people. How do you organize the poor people? We believe if we had gazetted markets where we can put these people, they showcase their products from their gardens. This money that they are getting from PDM, they go into those markets and sell the local products.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm going to request those who want to speak on the state of the nation and are here, and I haven't picked them, I will request the government chief whip on this side, you pass a paper so that tomorrow they are the ones I will start with. Okay? Okay? And even on this side. And what they write on is what I will be reading from tomorrow. Then when I'm done with colleagues who have managed to be with us here for long, is when I can go on the rest. Okay? But, yeah, but, so on the opposition side, I have the opposition whip. Then, Honorable Christine, I requested you to help me, so you can do. So, please, Sergeant at Arms, help us with some paper. You give this side. Honorable Teddy Nambozo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. In regard to the State of the National Address, the President talked about promoting commercial agriculture and the sector in general. Honorable Speaker, it's true that agriculture is a backbone of our country, supporting over 70% livelihoods. So prioritizing it in our national planning is very important. However, when it comes to budgeting, the allocation which the sector gets has remained insufficient to address gaps that are crippling it. For example, Uganda is losing between 30 to 40% of its agricultural produce due to poor post-harvest handling mechanisms. This has resulted into even rejecting our grain exports by some countries due to aflatoxins, which even cause cancer. I pray that the government think of revamping public silos and cold rooms in our communities where farmers can take their bulk grains, harvests, and perishable produce to proper storage to avoid losses. I submit.
Thank you. So I request ministers, starting with the Minister for Education. Those here you come. It's up to you what you feel you can respond to.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I was picking up issues which have been submitted by colleagues. To begin with, Luero, Masindi Municipality, Zimbabwe, General Rashande, and then Tororo. Right Honourable Speaker, what is coming up clearly here is that there's a need for seed secondary schools. There is a need for grant aiding in most of our schools across the districts. I would like to give this information to colleagues and again reiterate the earlier position which I had given here. We have, as a Minister of Education and Sports, the following programs which we are implementing in line with constructing seed secondary schools across the country. Number one, we have UGIFT 1, which has already constructed 259 seed schools across the country. Of the 259, we have so far commissioned 210. There's additional works taking place in the 49 schools. We are also in negotiations with the World Bank for additional support for UGIFT 2. And UGIFT 2 is going to give us additional 114 seed schools across the country. Now, when you look at what colleagues have mentioned here, Luero, Zimbabwe, Tororo, I want to appeal to you. It's important we work closely with the ministry for us to begin to earmark some of these areas which do not have these schools in these specific sub-counties. We are aware that some of those sub-counties you're mentioning might not even have land. And this also goes for me to address another question. These World Bank projects require us to have government-titled land in the name of the school. And as of now, I would request and implore most of you that in those sub-counties without these seed schools, it is important, Right Honourable Speaker, it's important you work with the local authorities to ensure land is secured, titled in the name of the school, so when we communicate for these projects to be given out, you come out and this is done within the time. The second project I want to talk about, Right Honourable Speaker, is what we call Uganda Learning Acceleration Program. This is the ULAN. The ULAN is a project which we intend to specifically renovate the then old schools or the great schools across the country. That project is going to undertake renovation of 120 schools. I always like giving references to Teso College Aloet, Kitovere, is it Butevere, Mwiri, Jinja College. That is the project specifically which we earmarked, because colleagues, you can go to those schools, Butiki, here in Jinja, you can go to those schools. Those schools had become almost dilapidated. There was no program which had been earmarked to support them. So this 120 schools is within the Uganda Accelerated Education Program. Then we also have additional program which we call Uganda Secondary School Expansion Program. This is a new program which is ongoing now. We have 90 schools which were meant to construct across the country. So in as far as the Ministry of Education and Sports is concerned, I want to urge you, our offices are open. Please, it's not good for us to come here to raise some of these issues like the Speaker had guided out. Please come, colleagues. It's our responsibility to serve you, to serve the country, to avail education for all in the country. The other one, Right Honourable Speaker, the question which was mentioned is in line with the TVET Act. I thank the 11th Parliament for passing the TVET Act. Now, we have also agreed as a matter of priority and in terms of to fulfill our planning. If you all know, the plan was to have a constituency TVET institution in every constituency. But in line with the available resources, we are now first prioritizing sorting out a district. Because there are districts which do not have a TVET what? Institution. So as the leaders in the Ministry of Education and Sports, so far we have pended constituency drive. We first sort out district drive for us having a technical institute at least per every district across the what? The country. And I think that will go a long way in solving most of our problems which require TVET. The last one is the question of Rwenzori Marathon. I want to confirm that as a Minister of Education and Sport, and especially I want to thank the Right Honourable Speaker who is chairing this House, is a lover, a supporter of this Rwenzori Marathon. He guided us that we, as government, we must come in to support this project.
Colleagues, you're not appreciating me.
Let's clap for him.
Now, yeah, we can extend for another 1 hour, I think. No.
Right Honourable Speaker, I remember they might not know, but this initiative to support sports tourism, and the focus now is on set in full according to our world now is sports, entertainment, and tourism. This is the modern world. You cannot be able to put a disconnect outside the three if you want us to drive socio-economic transformation in this country. The speaker here, the chair of the session today, did meet my senior minister and requested the government and the Minister of Education and Sports to come in to support Amos Wakesa in the drive of sets, and particularly in the Rwenzori sub-region. As the Minister of Education and Sports, we have given $1 million, which is 3.7 billion, to support the Rwenzori Marathon, and it's our plan to build it in the next 5 years. So the people of Kasese, we are fully, as government, committed, and as the Minister of Sport, in that focus. Last but not least, is to ask my colleague, the MP for Hoima City, Honorable Isma Kasule. The question of, we really have to agree, right, Honorable Speaker, is aware that under the AFCON project, we are supporting Hoima City with money for beautification. But is also aware that he has orcas in the city. Is aware that we are supporting them with money for cleaning the city. So now, my brother, we cannot invite guests, visitors to come to a place which is dirty. It's my humble appeal that these orcas, with due respect, we must accept time is now. They left the streets so that when our visitors come, those streets should be having flowers. It should be beautiful for them to appreciate the beauty of Uganda. This PDM we're talking about, it is our role as leaders to educate them, to go to the right address where these market spaces are for them to continue doing their what? Their business. So it's my humble appeal as your really the AFCON minister for purposes of this project that time is now. We have 1 year to go for this project. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Peter, yesterday, my brother from Rira came to me. He had an issue which I want to take this opportunity that he raises now. Okay? So that it sounded urgent. It needs your intervention, Arif.
Thank you so much, our Right Honourable Speaker and members of Parliament at large. Jalameso Fred is my name. I come from Ajuri County, Leptong District, Lango Sub-Region. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday on New Vision, Ministry of Works advertised for bids for AFCON roads, Lot 1 up to Lot 9. Right Honourable Speaker, with inordinate dismay and melancholy, Akibwa AFCON roads are totally left out. It is good my benevolent minister is here, and above all my OB and roommate. Now, Honorable Minister, you went to Lango sub-region and you said Akibwa is going to host AFCON. You did it on the ground of Town College. May you assure the people of Lango today that Akibwa is going to host AFCON, even when the roads connecting to Akibwa are not in the project of Ministry of Works. Secondly, the road from Konayer up to Bobi, connecting to Gulu Airfield, supposed to transport people landing on planes to Akibwa. Totally nothing. Thirdly, the training grounds in Gulu, Peche Stadium, and then Lira University training grounds. Totally left out. The name Akibwa, I'm sure, was used to attract hosting of AFCON in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, may you intervene in this matter through your position, because the Right Honorable, the minister here seems to be overwhelmed. I beg to submit, specifically on Akibwa. Thank you.
Now, but Honorable, I just wanted to caution you, when we've sat for this long, you be cautious of the English you use. Those heavy words, eh? We already tired. You use very heavy words. You be kind to us, okay? I just say, it's on the right note, Honorable. You can see a true literature teacher. Honorable Peter, I hope you understood properly.
I very well. Like, Right Honorable Speaker, like he correctly said, Honorable Jarameso was my roommate. Yeah, we studied together in A level.
So you're used to
So I'm used to those jargons of honorable colleague. They are not new to me, particularly who was his OB. But in a special way, I congratulate him. The pain is that he again removed my very close friend. It's the one which I'm yet to take into my heart with the realities. But now that he's a member of parliament, welcome to parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, to the subject matter the colleague has just mentioned. And I think it's not going to be the first time nor the second time, and subsequently I will continue coming to explain to this House on matters concerning AFCON 2027. For the record, and this I've said not once, not twice, when we are putting up a bid, fortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, you are the one who led the team. Today I'm very lucky that you are in chair. Our bid to get the hosting rights to host AFCON 2027 as per Moja was led by none other than Right Honorable Thomas Taebwa, and he led our team to Cairo. Even this host agreement on behalf of the government of Uganda is Right Honorable Thomas Taebwa who signed, for the record. In that bid document,
Honorable Peter, we are lucky also Honorable Rogers Biamkama was with us in Cairo.
yeah, he was. In that host agreement, CAF guided that we must have 6 stadiums at 3 countries, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And in Uganda, we agreed that we must go for 3 stadiums. Tanzania also agreed that we must go for 3 stadiums. Because initially, it was a plan between Uganda and Tanzania, and United Republic of Tanzania. But when we went to have a meeting with His Excellency the President, said, but why don't we bring Kenya on board? And Kenya joined us. And now we are in for Pamoja. As per what is required of us, we need 6 stadiums. For Uganda, we are on course to deliver the 2+1, which is Akibwa Stadium, for purposes of the competition. And also want to confirm, I wrote to CAF to ask them to come and carry out inspection of Akibwa Stadium. Despite our planning now narrowing to 2, the Confederation of African Football Officials came and went to Akibwa and saw the works which was taking place. They agreed that Akibwa Stadium can host this competition if we, as the government of Uganda, commit and deliver other requirements as per their standards. And that's now I come to the question of my colleague. There's a competition of during the event, but there's a competition of pre-event. Whether Akibwa will be ready to host the competition during event is one now which I'm working to achieve. And that now comes to the question of, will the stadium be ready? That you can speak for yourself, because you know very well that the contractor is working 120% to ensure they harness the facility by December. The question of roads is one I want again categorically say. The mandate under the road sector is not Ogwang's mandate. It's a mandate under the Ministry of Works and Transport. And that I want to be categorical clear here. No wonder, here now even those roads you've seen, they have advertised as AFCON roads. It's not Ministry of Education and Sports. It's the Ministry of Works and Transport. But they have been clustered as AFCON roads. So will they be worked on? I am working closely with the Ministry of Works and Transport to ensure government supports and looks at the urgency of these roads to be worked on. because it's one of the requirements of CAF. The question of Icheme, Konayeri, Icheme, Bobby. The president directed me to move with the contractor, same contractor which builds Akibwa now, to take them around that road. I did it. Where is the matter? This matter requires government of Uganda to pre-finance. The negotiation of pre-financing is not mine, it's the Minister of Finance, which is handling this.
I think, Honorable Minister, what is very important is that you're coordinating with the Minister for works.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yes.
So coordinate so that we speak the same language.
There is a reason why I'm bringing this right honorable speaker, and I want colleagues to pick this clearly. Mandates, education, sporting, roads, works. So as far as I'm concerned, my colleague Honorable Jalameso, we are working closely to ensure that these roads, once a valuable budget is in place, they will be worked on. It's to our interest. I thank you, right honorable speaker.
Thank you. Maybe for the record, because I want Honorable Jarameso, wherever he is, to always remember the one he also defeated. You get it? And you build on that. Me, I really love appreciating what my colleague has done. I build on it. I remember with that bid, we submitted 2 stadiums initially. That is Nambore and Hoima. Okay? And then we also talked about Nachivubo being worked upon. And then Akibua also came later. But if I may just be as open as possible, as we were concluding a budget, I'm trying to remember which financial year, we were the top 7 people in the government, and the president brought in a government chief whip because we were working on that budget. It was Honorable Obua who put up a spirited fight until the president said, I want peace with Honorable Bua, do Akibua. We raised. So your colleague, when you meet him, you tell him, you shake hands and you say, you did that, we should work together. Now I'm going for up so that Akibua is fully completed. Now that's your task. That's working together.
There's 1 minute which I'd left out of his submission. It's a question of training facilities, which I'm very sure the woman MP of Gulu is going to raise. Yeah. Right honorable speaker, the training facilities are on schedule and they are on course. Works are ongoing in Peche Stadium. Works are ongoing in the Gulu University training facility. Works are ongoing in Liras University. And they will be ready before December. I want to confirm that to this house. And I also want to invite honorable colleagues here. I'm ready to take you to carry out to see what the money of the government of Uganda is doing in supporting sports infrastructure in our country. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Health. Honorable Peter, I must appreciate you. You're always here and you don't hold any information. Peter speaks from his heart when he's explaining, and I really want to appreciate you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will start with the issue raised by the Honorable colleague from Luero, Honorable Dennis Sekabira, regarding Luero Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, Luero Hospital is one of those, it's a highway hospital, so it's a priority by government, by the Ministry of Health. And when we are trying to revamp health facilities along major highways, it's going to be given priority. There's already work being done on, it's a 2-storied building on one of the wards. So he can rest assured that maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, there's a project coming that is going to revamp health center 4s, emergency units, and highway hospitals, as we have done in the case of Bujiri Hospital. On the issue of Masindi Hospital, not having, Masindi municipality not having health center 3s, Right Honorable Speaker, health center 3s are being prioritized, and at the right time, we shall build health center 3s in Masindi district. But I would also want to assure the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Rogers Byamukama, that Masindi has just benefited from 54 billion shillings worth of remodeling of their hospital, which is in the municipality. And I think that's a step in the right direction by government to revamp their hospital. Now, when we have a hospital, whether it's a general hospital, a regional referral hospital, it takes precedence of a health center 3 and a health center 4, meaning Masindi General Hospital by 31st of December will be complete, and we did the groundbreaking with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Sports. It's one of those speaking to being prepared for AFCON. So it will be the Health Center 3 and the Health Center 4 for Masindi Municipality and Masindi District. Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, yes, we are aware of the dilapidated structures, but then I want to tell the Member of Parliament that the theatre is functional. And it's on record, Right Honourable Speaker, that the same hospital is famous for separating conjoined twins in 2024. And I think the Dr. Joseph Epodoi was given an award on Labour Day by His Excellency, the President. He led a 50-man team. So it's not true that their theatre is not working. We agree as government that the infrastructure is dilapidated, and it's in our plan. Soroti Hospital has given 50 acres of land, and we are trying to reconsider whether we should relocate the hospital and build a new one, or remodel the existing infrastructure like we have done for Masindi Hospital. My sister, Honorable Lillian Paparu of Arua City, woman MP, Arua District, I beg your pardon. Bondo Health Center 4, when I was Chair Health Committee of Parliament, we elevated it from a 3 to a 4. We have built a theatre. I think the only problem standing between functionality is equipment. And I think this financial year, the Ministry of Health is going to procure and deploy the necessary equipment. Now, Arua District not having a district hospital. Colleagues, as a point of information, so that this same question stops coming up, wherever we have a regional referral hospital in a district, we do not expect to have a general hospital because it takes precedence. The regional referral hospital provides services for a general hospital, for health center 4, and for health center 3, including immunization. It is like having the Special Forces Command guarding Parliament. You cannot say there's no police. It will take precedence over the security. So that's a point of information. So we do not foresee a general hospital being built in Arua District. Now, the other point I must make, honorable colleagues, is that Arua also has a problem of administration in terms of the DHO's office, because Adumi Health Center 4 has very poor output. It's not very functional. Oli also has very poor output. So we are trying to address the issues of the DHO's office in Arua City, in Arua District. The other issue, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, is Tororo District. Now, like the Honourable Member put it, Mukuju is in a county, and the Honourable Member is proposing that it is elevated to a general hospital, and then Tororo General Hospital is elevated to a regional referral hospital. And again, my explanation is the same, that where you have a regional referral hospital, you cannot have a general hospital. I think their plans are underway without letting the cat out of the bag. It's being considered for Bukedi region to elevate Tororo to a regional referral hospital, funds permitting. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Sembabule, there's also an issue to do with governance of the health sector. Ntusi Health Center 4 is also not functional. Now, if we make it functional and Sembabule Health Center 4 is functional, Matete Health Center 3 is elevated to Health Center 4, we may reconsider whether we should build a general hospital. But, Right Honorable colleagues, once we have Health Center 4s functioning, for me they speak to the community. And I think that is where we should put the taxpayers' money before we go to general hospitals, which cost about 120 billion to build. Right Honorable, I think I have answered. And on the sub-counties that do not have Health Center 3s, plans are underway in the near future by Ministry of Health to build more Health Center 3s. Over the last 5 years, I think we have built over 380. And that explains why our maternal mortality has dropped from 333 to 189. So, colleagues, health centers are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, but Honorable, on the issue of Arua, Lady Anobiare is from Arua, not Arua City. So if the regional referral is in Arua City, or what are you doing for Arua district? That's what she's asking.
Right, Honorable, Arua City is an administrative unit in Arua district. And for now,
according to who?
Arua City is found in Arua district.
No. No. Honorable, we have clear boundary. Doug. Doug. No,
Right Honorable Speaker,
I wanted to know whether the Attorney General has guided differently.
I beg your pardon,
Yeah.
but I was interpreting it from the geographical location. From the geographical location. Now, Arua Regional Referral Hospital is found in Arua City, but it takes care of the entire West Nile region, including Arua district.
Yes.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, where we find a regional referral within an administrative unit, within a certain geographical area, then we do not have to build a district hospital.
But Honorable, okay, just the government policy is very clear that every district will have a hospital. That's your policy. Maybe if funds are not allowing for now, but if it goes on record that the people of Arua will never receive a hospital because there is a regional referral in Arua City, I think it will send I think if you get money, you should be able to build a hospital for Arua district.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Regional Referral Hospital provides the services of a Health Center 3, of a Health Center 4, and of a district hospital. So where it is located, it takes precedence.
Can I request, Honorable, I know that's your way home, please pass by and explain to the community. Yeah, because the Honorable MP, other districts are getting hospitals, and it goes on record that her district will never get because the city has. That's really bad for her, okay? That's not good for her. So I request you pass by and you explain it to the people, and maybe you can expound further. If you had said, for example, Honorable Minister, that with the budget we have for now, okay? We are considering we are considering distance. But the government policy of a hospital per district still stands. Because people must understand whether Arua City is different from Arua district. If they are not different, then we shouldn't be having a woman MP for the city and a woman MP for the district. So, but you can explain to the people there, those are your issues, Honorable. I'm not part of the executive. I don't know what you've decided as the executive. Hmm? But the policy I knew says each district.
Right Honorable Speaker, I will caucus with the ministry,
Yeah.
and we'll get back to the woman member of parliament.
Okay. So, honorable colleagues, as we come to the end, I think we shall be getting more. More. Yeah, but colleagues, we are on State of the Nation. You have debated. You have finished. Okay. The minister was giving a response. Now, what we agreed with the lead of government business was that at the end of the day, if there are issues, residual issues, which they wouldn't have picked, and also those in the response from the leader of opposition, then at the end of this debate, when we are closing it, we shall be able to allow the leader of government business to come and give a brief. Just, colleagues, only one issue which I wanted the minister to clarify on, which touches all of us, is the issue of national referral hospitals. Because I'm tired, Honorable Minister, of paying to pick bodies of my people dying at Mrago, because it's a national referral hospital. And it's not only me who is tired, but all these MPs are tired. And those who die from here are those who can afford. There are those who have never, for me, from my constituency, to go to Mitoma at the district hospital, minimum, Honorable, because I think you need like 50,000. And also coming from parts of your area. So what about coming to Kampala? Because we don't have public means of transport. You must hire. There are no taxis, there are no what. So why don't you have, for example, each region, you can start with each region having a national referral hospital. You have Guru University that is training medicine. And in other countries, university teaching hospitals are the best. Colleagues, when you hear us going abroad for treatment, we are going to university teaching hospitals. And our very own Dr. Chionga studied in one of them. Yeah, I think Johns Hopkins. You are from Johns Hopkins. Teaching hospital. That's where the specialists are. Why don't we take advantage of where we have universities? You have Guru University. We have a national referral hospital for northern Uganda. You have Mbarara University, which is churning out, including you, you're a product of Mbarara University. Okay? If there was a national referral hospital, all those professors who are teaching you, they would be helping all these patients. Do you have any plans for that? At least national referral hospitals in the 4 regions of Uganda first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have plans to decongest Kampala and the central region, and we have already started. In terms of oncology, we have an oncology unit now, a new hospital in Gulu, and I think the same parliament in September last year passed a loan request which was approved to construct an oncology hospital for West Nile, and there's also one going to be constructed in Bara for the western region, and then in Bale. So the process of decongesting the central region in terms of equity to all other parts of the country has already begun. That's going to also be the same for cardiovascular, and then also the general national referral hospitals. And Mbarara is one of them that is going to be upgraded to a national referral hospital. Funds permitting, we shall have one in northern Uganda, one in eastern, and one in West Nile. But Right Honorable Speaker, all these require a lot of money. You need a bare minimum of between 500 billion to 1 trillion shillings. And that comes with the specialized services, electricity. Some of them, the delay has been because of other sectors like power. In West Nile, we could not deploy a CT scan machine for a long time because we did not have stable power. But now with power reaching to all corners of the country, I think we are ready to decentralize. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Colleagues, we shall, Minister, why I was provoking you, we need a statement on the status of health. This is a new parliament. You see, this is your platform. The moment you continue coming to address issues when members are not fully informed. So I request, lead of government business, that you encourage ministers, especially service-related ministries, to bring here statements to give the status of their sector. If MPs know about roads, if they know about schools, if they know about health centers, if they know about water, okay, and electricity, I can assure you they would easily follow up on service delivery for their people. So we would love to encourage you to talk to the ministers to bring those statements for information purposes. We are not going to make resolution, but we debate and you bring the new parliament on board. Otherwise, you're going to come to budgeting time. We need the support of these MPs. All of them are coming up and saying, but we don't understand what you are doing. And yet you are doing a great job. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Okay.
The phone here.
Yeah?
I'm not seeing the phone.
For you now, you'll be just be there.
For you.
You carry only this one. Not so.
You carry on those ones.